is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
The Indians' offense has thrived against Reds pitching for 2 days, and will try to keep the pedal to the metal as this Buckeye State Series travels south to Cincinnati. Tonight is a fun night as we get to see the Major League debut of Mike Clevenger, who showed electrifying stuff in spring training. It's not a double take or a double hit. It's the Indians and Reds next on Sports Time Ohio. On the banks of the Ohio River, it's baseball night in Ohio as the Cleveland Indians travel south to Cincinnati to open up another brief 2-game series against the Reds here at Great American Ballpark. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Indians really beat up Cincinnati at home in Cleveland thanks to an Indians offense that just completely blew them up. I mean, back-to-back games, all 9 starters had at least 1 hit for the Indians.
You know, when you have an explosion like this, and this is the first time they've done it all year long, where everybody comes to the party. I mean, 1 through 9. In game number 1, they all had a base hit. They all scored a run. In game number 2, they all get a base hit. And I'm talking for power. They're driving in runs. It's something this offense desperately needed. They're hitting with runners in scoring position. They're scoring with 2 outs. Something that an offense has to do to make them feel good about themselves. And that's something they did. So it's fun to watch.
3 or more runs in 3 different innings in back-to-back games. I mean, the numbers, we could just go on and on. They're all positive and glowing as far as the Cleveland Indians are concerned. Not so much if you're a Cincinnati fan. Tribe will face lefty Brandon Finnegan tonight, and Mike Clevenger makes his Major League debut for the Indians, and Andre Knott will join us when we come back with more on that. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by WB Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by your local Toyota dealers, visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. this series, the Ohio Cup. The Indians winning the first 2 in Cleveland, and now 2 more here in Cincinnati. Cloudy and rainy earlier this afternoon, but the sun came out, chased the rain away, and it should be really ideal conditions. Not much of a breeze. If anything, we'll have a bit of a boost to the ball heading out towards center field here tonight. And what a story we have as 25-year-old Mike Clevenger will make his major league debut tonight for the Indians. And for more on that, let's go downstairs to Andre Knott.
Well, it's already been a banner year for Mike Clevenger as his first child was brought into the world just a few weeks ago. And for Mike Clevenger, I got to tell you, everybody in this dugout, even Jobber Chamberlain throwing gum at me right now, they're excited to see him. He was exciting to watch during spring training. They want to see him go out there and pitch. The other thing is, the last time he made a debut, guys, it was pretty darn good. It was for Columbus where they were in the playoffs last year. He pitched 7 2/3 innings. He had 10 strikeouts and didn't allow 1 hit. That's what the Indians expect tonight. They don't expect that good, but they know he'll be ready.
Well, Mike Clevenger is a guy that we had a chance to see in spring training. He's got an electric arm. Ball just kind of jumps out of his hand at the hitters. He's got the long hair. He's got the personality, and he's really excited about this debut here tonight. The one thing you always worry about with a young pitcher is, can he keep those nerves under control?
Well, you know what? He'll get him out there once he gets between the lines. But this is the game will speed up on you a little bit. But this is something you look forward to. He has great stuff. And you know what? I just want to see this kid go out there, relax, and throw a good game. If they can get him a few runs early, it always helps a little bit. But looking forward to it.
Clevenger makes his way to the dugout. And the Indians and the Reds continue their rivalry tonight here in Cincinnati. The Reds looking for some payback after the Tribe has trounced them in the first 2 rounds. Indians and Reds, yes, next. Taking the field behind lefty Brandon Finnegan. Mike Clevenger waits his turn, and he hopes to see the offense go out and give him an early lead. Let's take a look at the Indians starting lineup tonight for Terry Francona, presented by Progressive. Rajai Davis will lead it off. Jason Kipnis over his last 7 games batting .462. Will bat in the 2-hole. He's the only left-handed hitter in the lineup. Francisco Lindor hitting third. Then it's Mike Napoli, Jose Ramirez, and Yan Gomes. Marlon Byrd, Juan Uribe, and the pitcher Mike Clevenger will bat 9th.
Brandon Finnegan is our Northern Ohio Hyundai starting pitcher for the Reds tonight. The left-hander coming over in the Johnny Cueto deal from the Kansas City Royals, making his 9th start. He has a 1-2 record, .440 ERA. Now this is a left-hander. His ERA is going to be much higher in this ballpark than it is, but he has very good stuff. We saw him when he came out with Kansas City. He actually came out of the bullpen. This is his first start against the Indians, so we'll see what he has to offer, but we'll see if he eases into it, or does he come out and he's throwing as hard as he can and going as long as he can. We will see. Let's set the defense behind him tonight. It looks like this. Holt gets the start in left field. Hamilton in center. Bruce is in right. It'll be Suarez at third, Cozart at short, Phillips at second, Votto at first, Barnhart doing the catching.
Tim Timmons will call the balls and strikes. This is the same crew we had in Cleveland. Mike Everett, the crew chief, will be down at third. Ryan Blackney at first. Paul Emmel at second base.
I think they drove down here with Al today when they came down. Jesse next door, the Cincinnati Reds guy, he drove back this morning.
Yeah. Some guys took the shuttle, the new Cleveland Air Service from Burke Lakefront Airport, right down here to Cincinnati. Brandon Finnegan, only player to appear in both the college and Major League World Series in the same year. 2 years ago, he was in the College World Series with the TCU club, and then pitched in the Big League World Series with Kansas City. We've got a delay here. The crew chief, Mike Everett, is over with the headset on in front of the Indians dugout. Not sure why. We're ready to go. I don't know if maybe the clock wasn't operating. The countdown clock.
Okay, checking the audio.
Huh? How's that?
They wanted to see if it's working, so we know it's not. Let's go.
Rajai Davis is ready to go, and so is Brandon Finnegan. The left-hander's first pitch of the game is outside, ball one. Game time temperature is 66 degrees under partly cloudy skies. And that pitch outside, 2-0.
When they've had two games like they have had against Cincinnati the last 2 days, you want to try and get that lead early again and keep them down. In game one, it was Cincinnati that jumped to the early lead 4-0, and then the offense came roaring back with a big 4-run fourth and a 5-run fifth.
Borderline, called a strike, and it's 2-2. Rajai Davis asking the location of the pitch.
Yeah, you know, he wanted to check and see, did I swing? And he said, no, it was a strike.
Finnegan's 2-2, took off, and I don't know if they were crossed up. Barnhart went after that ball rather awkwardly, and a full count.
This one got, you know what? I think it was a changeup that got away from him. It was not the fastball. It was only at 86. He's been throwing it at about 91, 92. So a changeup that got away.
Yeah, and the payoff pitch to Davis. Threw it by him. Good fastball and well located low into the outside part of the plate.
Take a look at it on our Nissan pitch tracker. Fastball down and away, and this is the hardest one he's thrown. It was 94. He was up at 92. He had to reach back for a little extra, and he did, and he put it in an outstanding spot. His 33rd strikeout this year in 43 innings.
And a first pitch breaking ball now to Jason Kipnis. Now the 0-1. Kipnis pulls it to first, backhanded by Votto. And on the flip, Finnegan beats Kipnis to the bag, 2 away. Keys to the game are brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Get to the Reds bullpen because they own the worst earn run average of any bullpen in baseball at 646. Ouch. And for Mike Clevenger, early in the game will be key. Remember, Terry Francona said of Clevenger, he was getting ready to throw to hitters in spring training, and he said he looked like he was getting ready for Game 7 of the World Series. With 2 down, Francisco Lindor steps in. And a pitch outside, ball one. We have seen Finnegan pitch out of the Kansas City bullpen. And the question long term for Cincinnati is, will that be his best fit, or can they develop him into a starter? Can he maintain that kind of velocity throughout the course of a ball game that will enable him to remain effective as a starting pitcher? That 2-0. That ball's hit in the hole, and another base hit for Francisco Lindor, who is now 7 for 12 against Cincinnati pitching this year.
Well, the count in his favor, and he got a fastball up, and you're able to find the hole. Let's take a look and see. That's not the good location that he put to Rajai Davis on a 3-2 pitch. He left it upstairs on a 2-0 count, and he gets a single. You know, that was what we were talking about with Carlos Carrasco when he went to the bullpen. The light went off, where you come out and you learn that you go as long as you can, or as hard as you can, as long as you can, and turn it over to the bullpen.
Mike Napoli swings at the first pitch. Billy Hamilton fighting the sun a little bit as it sets here and makes the catch to end the inning. No runs ahead, a man left. The Reds are coming to bat when we come back. American Ballpark in Cincinnati. The Reds starting lineup under manager Brian Price looks like this tonight. Zach Cozart will lead it off. In 15 career games against the Indians, he's batting .321. Billy Hamilton, a switch hitter in the 2-hole. Joey Votto will bat third. Then it's Brandon Phillips, Jay Bruce, Eugenio Suarez, Tyler Holt, Tucker Barnhart, and the pitcher Brandon Finnegan will hit ninth.
And Mike Clevenger making his major league debut. He's the Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher for the Tribe, and looking forward to it. You see his numbers down in Columbus, 5-0, just a titch over 3 in the ERA department. He won his last 4 starts, 36 strikeouts in his 35 2/3 innings. So let's see how Mike settles in.
And the Florida native's first pitch is lined to left field for a base hit by Zach Cozart.
You know, that's as a leadoff hitter, and you're coming on and you're facing a guy making his major league debut. You're looking fastball, first pitch. You figure he's got to throw a strike, and he threw a strike, but it was on the inner part. Cozart, who's having a fine year, drops it into left field for a base hit. So he'll be working out of the stretch from the very first hitter.
Now Billy Hamilton looks at a strike low in the strike zone. Uribe way in on the grass at third base as Hamilton looks outside and a ball.
I was just getting ready to say that, trying to pinch him in on the corners, and you have to with this guy at the plate. You can't give him an opportunity to put one down. And with Napoli at first, he has to hold the runner on. So. Nice change.
And a ball and 2 strikes. Clevenger, guy who has come back from Tommy John surgery earlier in his career.
See, it's got a little moving away to the left-handed hitters, that change up by Clevenger.
And a foul back. Clevenger, the native of Jacksonville, Florida, 25 years old. He came to the Indians in August of 2014 in a deal for Vinny Pastano. Last year at Double-A, Clevenger went 9-8 with a 2.73 ERA in 26 starts for the Rubber Ducks, and this year moved up to Triple-A, where he has just been overpowering hitters. Last year named the Bob Feller Award winner as the organization's pitcher of the year. Big curveball, and it missed.
It's okay. It's a good try. Gomes trying to get him to get every pitch in if you can. Pitch is going to dance outside, but it's still, you get him to use it to try and get a feel for it.
And the 2-2 fastball hit on the ground to Kipnis. He'll go to Lindor for 1, but they will not turn 2 on Billy Hamilton. And the speedster is aboard on the fielder's choice, 1 away.
Let's check out that Tribe defense to you, brought to you by Jeep. It's going to be Ramirez in left, Davis in center, Bird in right, Uribe at third, Lindor at short, Kipnis is at second, Napoli at first, and Gomes doing the catching.
Here is Joey Votto. Indians have held him to a 1-for-6 with a double in the first 2 meetings.
Well, we'll see if Hamilton picks up anything on Clevenger and tries to steal a base. This guy is instant action when he gets on the bases.
Hamilton has 7 steals. He has been caught twice, however.
Was it last year that it was one of either Gomes or Perez that I think it was Perez, because he got the start a couple times against these guys. He nailed them twice. He was trying to steal both times.
And Votto checks. It's a pitch that doesn't miss by much, but it's now 2-0. Cincinnati as a team batting .238, which is 11th in the National League. But even with a guy like Votto, who's very patient, they are dead last in the league in walks. They've only drawn 94 as a team. And a strike call there. It's 2-1.
Yeah, they had a couple of their hitters, Votto, Bruce, out early today for extra batting practice, trying to get locked in. This is a place where they enjoy hitting. You know, they have a better home record than they do on the road. They love hitting in this ballpark. They're 12-10 at home, just 3-14 on the road. You know, and if you're a base stealer and you're up there with Votto, you usually sometimes with that number 3 hitter, you wait to steal because you give him the hole because he's left-handed. Votto doesn't pull the ball. So you don't have to give him the hole. You can go ahead. See, that's his pull swing. He's just trying to protect now with 2 strikes. So if you're a base stealer and you can run, you don't worry about that hole because he goes the other way so much. There's a changeup. And that's just like an emergency swing to stay alive.
But he had the count in his favor there, 2-1.
Yeah.
That's a weird looking swing.
It really is.
Well, Mike Clevenger trying to put him away here, 2-2. As a staff, the Indians 6th in the American League with a 3.81 ERA. They're 3rd in walks, issuing just 3 every 9 innings. 8th in strikeouts, fanning almost 9 per 9 innings. And the 2-2 runner goes. Swing and a miss. Strike him out. And Gomes can't get a throw off the ball. Kind of popped out of his mitt as he was trying to make a transfer.
Yeah, he tried to be just a little too quick with the ball. Because you know what? He ended up getting a good jump. And if you're the catcher, Gomes tried to just hurry it a little bit. Let's see the sequence. Fastball away, ball 1. It's a good pitch right there, but it doesn't get called, and he hits with the fastball, so it's a 2-1 count. There's your change up there with a funky swing, and then he throws a little breaking ball, and in the transfer, Gomes couldn't get it, so he give the stolen base to Hamilton, his 8th.
Runner in scoring position now for Brandon Phillips. And a strike to the outside corner. Perfect pitch. Great location there for Clevenger. Phillips 2 for 6. Scored twice in the series in Cleveland.
He had a base hit yesterday that I've only seen one other time.
Hamilton goes for 3rd. On one hop, the ball goes to Lindor. And the inning is over. No runs, a hit, and a man left. We've played 1 in Cincinnati. No score. And as we go to the 2nd inning, Jose Ramirez will lead off for Cleveland. We were informed that the slight delay we had when we saw the crew chief Mike Everett over on the headset in front of the Indians dugout before the game, it's because the instant replay systems that both clubs use in the clubhouse, those systems are down. They're not working, not operating correctly or properly. So with that, each team will have unlimited crew chief challenges here tonight. So They've probably got a monitor where they can
video.
see the game, and they might be able to call down and say, ask them to take a look at that, or just in the dugout alone, they might see something they might not like it, and they'll go out and say, would you take a look at that? And they'll probably allow that tonight as many times as it takes. Jose Ramirez stays red hot. He has hit in 6 consecutive games as he bloops one into right field, and the Indians get their leadoff man aboard.
Yeah, find a way to get your hits, and that was actually a very good pitch by Finnegan. Goes off the end of the bat. He just doesn't hit it hard enough to get out to Bruce, but hey, he stayed on it, didn't try to pull it, put it in play, got a base hit. Hit number 2 for the Tribe. This time the leadoff man instead of the 2-out single.
There's Yan Gomes. Pulls that foul into the Tribe dugout. Gomes, his batting average against left-handed pitching is 94 points higher than it has been so far this year against the righties. He drives one to deep center field. Billy Hamilton racing back. The speedster won't get it. It hits right at the base of the wall. Ramirez coming into third is going to get the stop sign. And the Indians have second and third with nobody out in the second inning on a ringing double to straightaway center field by Yan Gomes, who has now gone 4 for 8 against Cincinnati pitching.
Well, this one is a nice line drive. That was down, and it was the inner part of the plate. They wanted it away. He missed his spot, and Gomes makes him pay for that. Hits it over the head of Hamilton. If you get it over his head, you're doing a number. Short hops the wall. Mark Sarbaugh had to hold up Ramirez. Didn't want to take a chance. There's nobody out here, so you got to let the boys try and take the lead. Second and third, good start to the inning.
And Marlon Byrd will get the first crack to try and bring him home. And he swings and misses.
Yeah, remember, National League Park, so the pitcher hits for the Indians. So now if this is a big out for Finnegan, because if he can get this out, he can pitch around or just walk Uribe to get to Clevenger.
A bit too high. In this ballpark, 86 career games for Marlon Byrd. Very good numbers.
Yeah, almost a half a year, and it's 17 homers, and very nice.
Down and almost at the back foot of Byrd. Marlon over his last 6 games heating up, batting .308 against Cincinnati in the previous 2 days. He went 4 for 9 with a homer and 4 runs scored. And a foul back.
Pretty straight away for Byrd. Everybody except Hamilton playing him a shade to right center field. They know how he likes to stay on the baseball. Not afraid to go that way because you can hit it out of the ballpark here in right center.
Pulls that foul. And it stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. As a team, the Indians are batting .260, which is tied for the 3rd best batting average in the American League. And thanks to their 28 runs over the last 2 days, they're up to 4.75 runs a game, which is you want to, if you're at that 5 runs per game, you're going to win most nights. The 2-2 and a foul back.
Well, they have to be more consistent with it. You know, they hit a little spell, but they scored 28 in their 8 previous games before the last 2. That's the key, is you always have to keep about 2 or 3 guys in that lineup hitting consistently.
Yeah, the last 2 nights, all 9 have been hitting.
Exactly, and that's not going to happen. I mean, that's just a freaky thing there. But you want to keep at least 3 guys in that lineup that can hit.
Bird shoots one toward right field. Bruce broke back. He's got a dart in, dives, makes the catch. But Ramirez will tag and score, and the Indians will play from in front as they grab a 1-0 lead. And Jay Bruce, who almost got burned, ends up making a big diving stop for Cincinnati.
Well, you know what happened? Bird took the big swing and he got fooled on it. He went back twice, 2 steps, and you want to stay behind the ball to throw it out. But with the first 2 steps getting fooled, it cost him a throw to home plate to try and get Ramirez. Not to say he would have, even if he stayed behind it. He does have a good arm, though. He made it awfully close in a game in Cleveland, almost throwing Gomes out at home plate on a base hit. The ball beat him there, but the catcher didn't catch it.
Gotta wonder when the last time Mike Clevenger had a bat in his hands. As he strides to the on deck circle now, Terry Francona talked to him at length before he left the dugout. At the most, we'll see Mike Clevenger probably try to lay down a bunt. If there are 2 outs, he might get a chance to swing.
Yes, exactly.
Juan Uribe puts a jolt into that ball, and Tyler Holt jumps up and makes the catch. He hit a stinging line drive, and Holt almost reacted as though the ball caught him rather than he caught it.
Well, the toughest thing in left field is that line drive from a right hander right at you. You can't get a read on it. It wasn't a very high line drive, and those are the toughest to read. So you try to just hold your ground, which he did. And he ends up having to jump to make the catch. That's a very difficult play as an outfielder.
Now let's see what Mike Clevenger does here with a runner at second and 2 down. He takes a pitch down low for ball 1. Out of play. That's a pretty good cut from a guy who doesn't swing. I'll tell you, you think about it, I mean, in the minor leagues, they never hit it. They use the DH. That was a pretty good looking swing right there.
Yeah, you just have to turn the dial up. That's for a 45-mile-an-hour fastball. He's throwing 90. Hey, I don't blame these pitchers. They never look at this. He put it in play. Good for him.
Lotto will take it himself, and that'll end the inning. But the Indians get on the board first. Jose Ramirez leads off with a single. They move him around, and Bird gets him home on a sac fly. As Mike Clevenger takes a few warm-up tosses, we'll take a look at our T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball. Last night, Chris Davis had a 3-homer game. The last one was a walk-off grand slam. The last player to do that, Joey Votto, and they're the only two to ever do it.
Well, that's some kind of night. 3 homers and a walk-off grand slam. That's something special. And you know what? A few days prior to that, with Oakland, another 3-homer game. That was by their third baseman.
Oh, Danny Valencia. Yeah,
Danny Valencia. So 2 guys on the same team within a matter of a week.
For Cincinnati here in the second inning, Jay Bruce, Eugenio Suarez, and Tyler Holt coming up.
You know, see how much time they're trying to give him, because he ended up the inning and he had to run to first base. He took his time coming out. Now Uribe's out there talking, just trying to give him and let him catch his breath. That's all. And the umpire behind home plate's clapping his hands saying, let's go.
He's 25. He doesn't need to catch his breath. Are you kidding me?
I don't disagree with you, but that's what they do.
Yep.
I mean, they're going to make sure he's fresh.
Well, Jay Bruce stands in. And a fastball strike from Clevenger. Jay Bruce 4 for 7 with 2 runs batted in the first 2 games against Cleveland. 7th all-time on the Reds home run list with 214 dingers, 31 shy of overtaking George Foster. Clevenger's 0-2 pitch missed outside.
Okay, got ahead of him. 0-2. Then he went with the changeup, missed wide, and that breaking ball for the second time out wide of the plate.
Came with a fastball. Now he's fallen behind 3-2. Same spot, missed, ball 4. Leadoff man aboard for Cincinnati, and that's frustrating for any pitcher when you get ahead 0-2 and then miss 4 straight. Levin Furniture player profile on Mike Clevenger tonight. 4th round pick of the Angels originally back in 2011. Went 7 2/3 no-hit innings in his AAA debut in Game 5 of the Governor's Cup. Not too shabby. Suarez swings and fouls it off. And a breaking ball in there for a strike. Puts him in the hole. 0-2 quickly. Swung on and missed. He got him.
I like that sequence.
Second strikeout for Clevenger, and out to the mound goes Yan Gomes.
Let's make this our Circle K strikeout on the breaking ball. I don't know, it's like a little slider, slurve maybe, but it's in a dandy spot right there, outside edge, just off the plate. Yeah, keep that breaking ball down there, and you'll be just fine.
One away for Tyler Holt now. And a low heater at the bottom of the zone, 0-1. Oh, what a dandy. Big curveball, and it's in for a strike.
You know, that's 20 miles an hour off his fastball. I mean, I like that. That's a curveball there. It's not the slider. He really took something off that pitch.
And the 0-2 is hit to right field. Bird makes the charging catch, and there are 2 down.
Well, Indians baseball is live with MLB.com at-bat app. You can stay connected all season with radio broadcast, video highlights, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone and tablet.
Tucker Barnhart will bat with 2 down and a runner at first. Here in inning number 2 with the Indians on top 1-0. And that low fastball didn't miss by much. Tucker Barnhart, a 10th round pick back in 2009. 2 years later, he won a minor league Gold Glove award. Well, Tapper, and that's going to stay foul. And a little bit low, 2 balls and a strike. Mike Clevenger has Native American roots in his family. And last summer he got a tattoo of a dream catcher on his forearm. And then he came to spring training this year. His girlfriend gave him a dream catcher. He had it hanging over his jersey in the Goodyear clubhouse. Said it's for good spirits, good luck, good vibes. Pops him up. Left fielder Jose Ramirez makes the catch. And 2 scoreless innings for Mike Clevenger. Indians on top 1-0 through 2 in Cincinnati. Stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, 1-0 Cleveland as we go to the third. Let's go to Andre Knott. Rajai Davis, he's been in the leadoff spot. He's been in the 9 hole. He's getting hot right now, but he's also facing a number of pitchers he's never seen before. How's he dealing with that?
Well, even talking about today's starter, Finnegan, he says, you know, I don't care who I'm going against at the end of the day. He thinks he's at advantage when he's going against a pitcher that's never seen him. He says, look, when I'm swinging the bat well, as I have been over the last couple of days, he goes, I don't want them to know what I like. He goes, I want to go out and attack them rather than they attack me.
Well, it's a good approach to have, and I think you mentioned it, the confidence. When the confidence there, he feels he can hit anything because you're not going to foul your pitch off, I think.
Well, Finnegan made his pitch first time up, and he got Davis.
That's true. When a pitcher makes that pitch on you on a 3-2, he's going to get any hitter. The thing is, when you're swinging the bat well, you don't foul off pitches, and when you get a good pitch, you put it in play hard somewhere.
I think the perplexing thing for Terry Francona is that when he's had Rajai in the leadoff spot, he's only batting .231. Seems like he's had more success when he's batted down toward the bottom of the order.
Well, in the 2-game series here, he had 2 good games. He was on base 4 times in the leadoff spot, and then would he have 3 straight hits and scored 4 runs yesterday?
5 for 7 overall, 6 runs scored, 3 driven in. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Right now, Finnegan has a very good fastball and his changeup. He's been inconsistent with his slider. It's been a backdoor slider, and he's bounced it a couple of times, so he doesn't command that yet. So you can try and eliminate that pitch until you at least get to 2 strikes. That's for sure. Get yourself a fastball because he's been throwing pretty good. He's throwing pretty hard at 94.
Wow, that was a great catch. Bare hand grab. He had does he have a ball in one hand and he caught it? Did he catch 2 in the game already?
I don't know.
Wow.
I'm blocked out, but I think he must have, unless he got one in batting practice.
He's gonna have to juggle if he gets another one hit at him. Down low, full count. Good AB for Davis so far.
All right, let's see if he can make a quality pitch here on a 3-2 count like he did the first at bat to Rajai.
That's hit hard. Deep left field. Tyler Holt looking up. Gone to Souvenir City.
There you go.
Rajai Davis launches his 3rd home run of the year to make it 2-0 Cleveland.
How about that? The difference of 2 at-bats. Finnegan made his pitch on the first one. He got him striking out. He missed on the second one, and Davis took him deep. That's beautiful. He was looking for a fastball. Look at, he's ready to give some high fives. That's middle of the plate. 9th home run allowed by Finnegan, and Davis is 3rd. That's very, very nice. Pitcher wins one battle, a hitter wins the next.
Now that confidence we talked about with Rajai Davis, he's feeling it now. Over 400 feet the distance on that home run. And Jason Kipnis lifts one out of play to the left. You know, that was the crazy thing, Rick, about yesterday's game, is that the Indians scored all of those runs, 13 of them, and didn't have a home run. That's rare to see a team score that many times and not hit at least one out of the park.
That is true. But you know what? That's the fun part of it. That's when you have like a team party and you hit with doubles and singles and you pick guys up and everyone becomes a part of it. You hit very well with runners in scoring position. The home runs sometimes they stop your rally.
Yep. Kipnis down on strikes. The Dodgers beat the Padres earlier this year, early in the season, on April 4th, 15-0 without the benefit of a home run. That's not necessarily so surprising in that Petco's not an easy park to hit a home run.
Right. Although I think you're right, it's a tough place, but I think they moved the fences in the last year or so, or two, in some spots, not a whole lot.
Since the All-Star break last year, Francisco Lindor is second only to Jose Altuve with the most 3 or more hit games. As you take a look at our Kia in the driver's seat stat.
Well, there's another multi.
Wow. He is absolutely zoned in. He's going to go for 2. Throws in time. The slide. He is out at the plate. I mean, out at the bag. Let's see. Lindor saying, wait a minute.
Now you see that we don't have replay here, do we?
Well, Terry's got 1 challenge, and then he'll have unlimited crew chief challenges after that. Let's see. Does he stay on the base?
Watch,
that will be the thing to
pull
watch.
a left arm away, as he did last year. He's safe.
But does he stay on the base?
Yeah,
yes,
his foot's on it.
He's safe.
All right, that's worth a look. That should be a double. That's a great slide that we saw Lindor do last year. His foot's on it, and so is it now that his hand is off. His foot is on it. Now, we saw him do this last year where he pulled his arm back. Why is he taking the second base up and telling him to go back? Oh, they're going to go look at it?
Mike Everett's the crew chief. He's the one that's got to oversee it.
Okay, I got you. Watch, he'll pull the right arm. I'm sorry, the right arm back. By the time he tags him, his hand's on the base. Now the tag's still applied, but his foot's on the base too. So, you know, they're cheering here like he came off the base, but from our angle, it doesn't look like he's off, does it? Until that foot gets there.
No, I think it looks like he maintains contact with the base, because as the hand comes off the bag.
This is going to be, I would think, a tough one to overturn, although I think he remained on the base all the way through that slide. Now, will they be able to see it? I don't know what they have to look at, to be honest with you, now that they don't have the video.
The video, they have it. They just don't have it here.
Yeah, okay.
The guys in the park don't have it. That's why there's no ability to challenge. I don't know, man. I think he stays in contact with the bag, but it's very hard to tell. The back leg,
man, it looks like he's sleeping. He's got that pillow all over him. All right, not enough to overturn it.
Well, what are they looking at then?
I
want an explanation for what you see.
Well, I don't know. It'll go as a single
because he didn't tag him before he reaches the base.
The only
right
thing
now
I
he's
can
safe.
See that the right leg, if it stays on there before the hand comes off,
he's safe.
Well, you see the back foot? No, the back foot is on the base, not the one that's up, not his right, his left. That's what I was looking at. His left foot's on the base. See it? It hit the base.
I don't know.
What's that go? 8-4. Single 8-4 on the put out. Okay, I like the hustle anyway by Lindor. If he would have stayed on the base, he was safe.
If that's what they decided, we don't know.
Well, I would have to think that has got to be it. Now it's on the base, but now you don't get to see the hand. So, I mean, it's a tough call, and I think they're going to say not enough evidence. We thought he fell off the base. That's my guess.
We'll never know.
Well, I still like the hustle. You have a 2-0 lead. Go ahead and get yourself in scoring position. There was one out anyway.
Mike Napoli fouls it off.
And in turn, what that does, when the team that's playing defense out there, they know that you're going to try and go for second base and try for a double, so they must be chirping at him. I think Phillips or something is telling me tagged him. But they know you're going to go, so that puts a little more pressure on the defense. Anytime they hit a ball in the gap, they're going to have to get to it and rush it a little bit. And in the long term, it can certainly help you out.
Suarez, the third baseman, throws out Mike Napoli to end the inning. But Rajay Davis puts a charge into this pitch, and the Indians are on top 2-0. Brandon Finnegan will lead off for Cincinnati, the Reds pitcher. And Mike Clevenger delivers outside, ball one. Finnegan is no slouch. He has gone 5 for 16 at the plate with a couple of runs batted in. He also has one double. And Clevenger with that fastball to the outside corner evens the count. If you're in the National League, there's no question you do yourself a lot of good if you can handle the bat.
Yes.
You get a chance to maybe stay in one at bat longer in a game, whether that gives you another inning or 2 innings.
Or if you can handle a bat with a bunt too. You know, not only hit but bunt. But how many pitchers can really do that in the National League?
Say a handful.
Yes. Bumgarner's one. Kershaw's another. This guy might be one. Mike Leake's one. You know, there's a few, but not many. How about the Mets staff? Have a couple of home runs. I'm not saying Bartolo.
Oh, you were going there.
No, I'm not going there. I went to was it Syndergaard that hit 2 of them in a game after Bartolo hit 1. That's where I was going. Bartolo, he got lucky and ran into one.
Now the 2-2. I wouldn't equate hitting a home run with being able to truly handle a bat. I mean, Dave Burba, Doc Gooden, they hit some home runs in interleague play over the course of a season. I'm not sure,
right?
You know, if that would enable them to really stay in a game if it came down to a manager. And that, you know, that sometimes that 6th inning is a weird spot for a National League manager. You maybe don't want to go to your bullpen yet, but it might be a situation where it's 2nd and 3rd, and boy, we really need a.
Well, then you go for a pinch hitter and you try to get the run home, is what I would think for the most part. And the score will dictate. If you have a lead and your guy's pitching well, then you may want to leave him in there.
Remember Don Robinson back in the old days? He was a great hitting pitcher. Rick Rhoden. Well, he was a great athlete. He went on tour and won golf tournaments.
Yeah, that's true. Rick Wise.
Yeah.
Pitched a no-hitter and hit 2 dingers in a game.
3-2. Wow, this guy's putting up a great at bat. This may be the best at bat of the game for Cincinnati. And he finally blew him away with a fastball. Third strikeout for Mike Clevenger. One down in the inning. Back in June of 1999 at old Riverfront Stadium, Doc Gooden gets into one.
The good doctor.
Now remember, Doc's wearing the Scully.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. We had 4 pitchers hit it in interleague play. Burba, CC, Jason Davis, and Doc Gooden.
JD, that was against Atlanta. Was it against Atlanta? Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Back out of play by Zach Cozart. We'll be going to Atlanta again this year, won't we? Yes, we will, Matt. No balls, 2 strikes. Zach Cozart with a base hit to left his first time up. Pops this one to center field. Davis will drift back and make the grab 2 away. How about JD? Down in Atlanta.
Did you see him bail? They threw it right where he was running, over the 380 sign.
Tennessee's finest right there, Jason Davis.
Wasn't he from Cleveland, Tennessee?
I think he might have been, yeah.
Yeah.
He told one of the greatest stories. Whether it was true or not, I could have cared less. About him wrestling with a deer. It's just an absolute classic. Billy Hamilton, a swing and a miss. Reached on a fielder's choice, stole a base his first time.
That
up.
was on one of our press tours with Susie Garrity.
Yep.
Right? Susie Garrity back then, Susie Giuliano now. Yeah.
Mike Clevenger impressive here in his major league debut. He has allowed 1 hit. He's walked 1 and struck out 3. Trying to set him down in order here in the 3rd inning. Missed outside. This is only the 8th career start for Billy Hamilton in the number 2 spot in the batting order. Usually he's either leading off or batting 9th.
Now this is a guy you don't want to walk. You want to make him hit his way on. Force him to put it in play.
And a foul back.
Got to send along a happy birthday wish to Owen Sink, who is turning 16 today. Owen, a very happy birthday to you, my friend.
Hamilton pops one up. In comes Rajai Davis. He calls for it. And the inning is over. And Mike Clevenger sets him down 1, 2, 3. And we'll go to the 4th with the Indians in front 2-0.
district ticket. It is presented by Sports Time Ohio. It is back and includes your first drink. Come grab some friends and you can catch the game from the corner, which is out in the right field side, and the new drink rails out and left. Just district tickets are available only online at Indians.com.
Mike Clevenger rolling along here. 3 innings through. Jose Ramirez leading off for the second time tonight. He led off the second with a base hit and scored the Tribe's first run.
Actually had a pretty good pitch in his first at bat.
And extended his hitting streak to 6 games. Gone 8 for his last 20. Big hopper too short. And Cozart takes care of that one away. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk. Carlos Gomez on the DL now for Houston with a rib cage injury. And Joe Nathan signed by the Chicago Cubs.
You see that?
Like they need any more reinforcements? I suppose, though, if you're the Cubs, it's a low-risk sign that could potentially get you a guy with experience later in the year. Yan Gomes, a ringing double to straightaway center his first time up. He smoked it. And he's gone 4 for 8 against the Reds this year.
Well, that first time Finnegan missed his location to Yan, and you know, he's swinging better, so he got a pitch to his liking and he drove it to straightaway center. That's what you do when you're in slumps. You foul off good pitches to hit, and he's been hitting. He's been putting him in play and hitting him hard recently.
Able to lay off a ball in the dirt. And it's 2-2. It's not often that you see a guy come out of a slump that like he was in with a home run and then suddenly hit homers in 3 straight games. But that's what it was almost like doing a complete 180 for Gomes. But offensively, it might have been just the tonic he needed.
Yeah, as long as you don't get into it and try and
homer happy.
Runs. Yeah, some guys it can really hurt. And it's usually the guys that never hit home runs. You know, you hit a home run and think, oh boy, I'm back. Here I go. And then you continue to try and hit home runs.
Does it help that his natural path is inside out?
Well, sure it does, because he stays on the ball, but he's a low ball hitter, and he was swinging at just way too many pitches around the zone, up in the zone. You know, you got to concentrate on your strength as a hitter. Sometimes as a hitter, you don't know what you're doing up there. You know, you're clueless. You go up there and you don't know what you're doing wrong, and you're just swinging to swing, and you don't know how to get out of it. But the good thing, when you're an everyday player, you have an opportunity to work your way out of it.
He elevated the fastball there and strikes him out. 2 down. Well, Brandon Finnegan, after disposing of Yan Gomes, has a chance to do something rare for Cincinnati. Only once in their previous 33 innings have they retired the side in order.
Really? Well, he's going to have to get a tough guy right now that's swinging it okay. Boy, doesn't seem that hard, does it?
You'd think you'd run into a 1-2-3 inning here or there, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yes, you do.
But again, that just speaks to the current state of the Reds pitching staff, the bullpen. They're running a lot of guys out there. What they've had 20 different
pitchers,
9 starters.
Yes. Well, and now they got 2 more guys on the roster. Was Jumbo Diaz here yet this year? So you might be, once he gets into a ball game, add him to that list.
There's John Lamb, who started the first game of the series back in Cleveland.
Yeah, Homer Bailey is he was down and on his comeback trail from surgery, and then they shut him down. He went the longest time feeling good. He was going to go out for a 90-pitch outing and felt something in the elbow.
Finnegan pulls it off. The Indians go 1-2-3, but they still lead it 2-0. Saturday, starting with the D-backs taking on the Cardinals in a game you'll only see on FS1. Then on Fox, it's the return of Baseball Night in America, featuring two of the best teams in the National League when the Giants host the Cubs. It's all Saturday on FS1 and Fox, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Joey Votto, Brandon Phillips, and Jay Bruce for Cincinnati here in the fourth. Blowing away ball one. Joey Votto in a May malaise. Came in batting 182 this month. And he's just 1 for 7 against the Indians. What happens to a hitter if you become, say, so obsessed with hitting the ball up the middle and the opposite way? What happens to the pitch on the inside part of the plate?
Well, what you saw that first time on the changeup when he tried to take a swing on a 2-1 count, he wanted to try and hit it that way, and then he saw the ball was coming down, and boom, that's a good pitch. That should be a strike.
No kidding.
You know, it's okay sometimes, but you got to get up there and you have to use the whole field. You got to pull a ball. See that ball on the inner part of the plate.
Is it maybe like a pitcher who's throwing too many cutters and you kind of lose your fastball?
It could very well be like that, but you know what? You got to use the whole field. You know what? The old time hitters now, or hitting coaches now, say, keep your hands inside the baseball. That's one thing. You got to pull a baseball. As much money as he's getting paid, and he's got to hit home runs, you've got to turn on the baseball. And the hitting coaches used to tell you, son, get the bat head out, get the barrel of the bat out in front of the plate and hit the ball. So in other words, pull it.
Right.
Every once in a while. There's times where you can get pull happy, but now there's also times when you can go inside out happy. And you know, a lot of guys, I don't know.
You kind of lose your aggressiveness, don't you?
Sure you do. You want to stay and you wait. That's the key to hitting it to left field, is waiting on the baseball, let it track deep.
Oh, struck him out.
There you go. Change up again. He's been fooled both times on his changeups because he's not trying to pull a ball.
Fourth strikeout for Mike Clevenger. All four have been swinging. I don't know if you'd call this a swing, but it sort of was.
Yeah, a half a swing, a slow motion swing. But you see, he's waiting for that. If he would have had the fastball, he would have not. He wouldn't have been able to hit it in fair territory if he had that swing on the changeup.
I guess it just seems counterproductive to go to the plate and say, this is my approach, period. It's okay, maybe once you get to 2 strikes, say, I'm going to stay inside the ball. Or if the count gets to 3-1, okay, now I'm going to look middle in and try to get the barrel head out and pull it. There's nothing wrong with altering that approach based on the count or the situation. But to just go up there and say, no, I'm not going to do that, I'm only going to hit one way, just, I don't know, I guess I don't understand why you would even do that.
Well, to me, go up there with a simple plan. You see the ball, you hit it where it's pitched. And you know, sometimes you're going to get jammed, sometimes you're going to hit it off the end, sometimes you're going to hit it on the nose. Even if you're a great hitter, you're still going to fail 70% of the time, and that's being a great hitter. So get up there with an aggressive, attackful game plan. Hitting's a difficult thing to do on a consistent basis. And the score of the game and every at-bat is going to dictate what you should have to do in that at-bat. Runners on base, you know. But if you're a middle of the lineup hitter, you're going to have to turn on the ball. You're going to have to hit it for power, and you're going to have to drive in runs. That's what you're paid to do.
3-1 popped out of play. Obviously, I wasn't old enough to watch Ted Williams play, but I've read a lot about him. I read his book. I don't think Ted Williams was ever up there thinking about flipping one or staying inside the baseball. If it was there and it was out over the plate, he was going to hammer it hard and pull it.
Well, he's one of the first guys they played the shift on. And you know what? He tried to beat that shift every time. You could have had 8 guys over on that side of the field, and he'd still try and hit it that way.
The 3-2 to Phillips. Hit on the ground to short. Lindor charging, flips it over. 2 away.
Well, looking at Clevenger tonight, he's been in a very good command. There's a little breaking ball right there to get him the first time. 2 sliders early to get the strikeout. There's the big curveball. So he has a 4-pitch mix. A good fastball that was down. Another one that runs away. I'll tell you, he has good stuff. Seen the slider, the curveball. The curveball was about 74. And then there looked like a changeup.
And it's gone. Great effort by Marlon Byrd. He almost stole one away.
Jumped a little early, just a hair early.
But Jay Bruce gets the Reds on the board with his 7th home run of the year. Number 215 all time.
Marlon wants another crack at it because he got back there. I'm telling you, it was just a tick early. It's a changeup. There it is, out over the plate. Bruce likes the ball down, but watch Byrd gets back. Stay down, Marlon. One more split second, and I think he could have caught it. He timed it. He didn't jump into the wall. He just a tad short. Good effort. Good try, but they cut the lead in half. It's a 2-1 game for Jay Bruce, his 7th homer.
6 of Jay Bruce's 7 home runs have come right here in Cincinnati.
Only the 2nd hit allowed by Clevenger.
In fact, one of the reasons why the Reds do have a winning record at home is that they hit a lot of home runs here. They have the highest percentage of home runs hit at home in Major League Baseball, 80%, and it's probably a little higher than that now. 33 out of 41 have been hit right here.
Well, this is a good park to hit in.
And Suarez waves at that off-speed pitch.
I think if you look back, and you know, just because I'm not trying to jump on the Cincinnati Reds for pitching, but I want to tell you how good their pitching was here when they had Cueto, Leak, and they had the other guys that were here. You know, in this ballpark, it's not an easy place to pitch.
In fact, Rick, that home run for Jay Bruce makes him this ballpark's all-time leading home run hitter.
Okay.
Number 127 hit here at Great American Ballpark. To third, Uribe fires it across the diamond, and the inning is over. But Cincinnati won't go quietly, not here at home. Jay Bruce just barely beyond the reach of Marlon Byrd, and it's a 2-1 game. Brought to you by Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Indians up a run. Yeah, and Uribe rips one the other way, but that's going to slice into the crowd. Now here's the guy, Rick, who doesn't have any idea what finessing the ball is all about. I mean, Uribe's up there. He will hit it the other way, but primarily he's looking for something middle in, because I don't think you can throw it hard enough and get it by him inside.
If he hits it the other way, it might be because of accident, huh? Well, he's always had this approach since he was playing with the White Sox kind of as a shortstop. See that high fastball and swing as hard as you can.
Well, he swung hard and came up empty. That's the 5th strikeout now for Brandon Finnegan, and he has retired 5 in a row. Our in-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Indians got on the board first on a sac fly by Marlon Byrd in the 2nd inning. And then in the 3rd, Rajay Davis liftoff made it 2-0. Stayed that way until the 4th, when Jay Bruce just barely beyond the reach of Marlon Byrd to get Cincinnati on the board. And now here is Mike Clevinger for the 2nd time tonight. Had a couple of good hacks at it his first time up. This time a routine roller to first. Close
he gets
play.
down the line pretty well.
And there are 2 down. Our great clip of the game from yesterday, Rajay Davis drove in a run in the 2nd with an RBI single. A 2-run double off the wall in the 3rd. Singled and scored in the 5th. He walked and scored in the 6th. He walked again in the 7th.
He's been hot. Just like he told Andre, hey, it doesn't matter if I haven't faced pitchers before. When I'm swinging the bat well, He's going to attack and be aggressive, and he had the 3-2 count in his first at bat today in the first. Finnegan struck him out on a low heater right there in an excellent spot. Second time up, had a 3-2 count. He threw him a belt high heater. Davis put it in the cheap seats.
That's just over the bag, foul, and not by much.
No, it was not. I thought it might have caught the corner, but oh, here's a great look here. Look at that. The umpire. No, it's foul just by about 4 inches.
Looked like a Broadway show dancer. That's his legs back, threw his arms out. Little soft shoe. Now the 0-2 down in the dirt.
See, that's a slider right there that if he could throw for a strike, he would be awfully tough on right-handed hitters. But he hasn't been able to throw it for a strike tonight. Well, he might have a couple of times, but not consistently. So as a hitter, you don't worry about that pitch too much until he proves he can throw it in there.
That's a pretty good fastball. Punched him out to end the inning, and all of a sudden Finnegan has struck out 6, and he's retired 7 straight. It's a 2-1 ball game. Time for a snow cone.
Oh yeah, the Indians hat on. Half of that's going to be on there. Don't worry about it.
Bottom third of the Cincinnati order coming up here. Tyler Holt, Tucker Barnhart, Brandon Finnegan. Holt flied to right his only time up, making his 9th start of the year. He has swung the bat better of late for Cincinnati in his last 15 games. He's batted over 300. He's starting in place of Adam Duvall, though, who's been on fire lately. Duvall hitting .364 over his last 13 games. Popped him up center field. Rajay in a few.
Took a lot of sting out of the bat with that slider after throwing him a couple of heaters early in the at bat.
Let's go down to Andre Knott, who has the latest on the Indians injury front.
Well, we'll start off with Michael Brantley. It looks like we'll know more about him in the next 5 to 7 days. He got a shot in the shoulder. Nothing's wrong with it, but in about 5 days, the shot should basically take place, and they'll figure out how to best to get him to be able to play 5 to 6 days a week. For Carlos Carrasco, he will be in Lake County. He'll pitch a simulated game tomorrow. 2 innings, 35 pitches at Lake County, and then they'll move on from there.
Well, good. So then everything came out positive then on Carrasco.
So hopefully tomorrow we'll have more after he does the 35 pitches, and then they'll move on to about 4 innings probably after that.
Perfect.
The shot that Brantley got, an anti-inflammatory shot, is that what's been causing him so much discomfort? Just too much swelling in the shoulder?
I think a little discomfort and not having the strength coming back the day after. I think they're doing this to get some comfortability. I'm going to use a word like Manning used earlier.
Comfortability.
Yeah, I just throw that together.
Make it up, man. It makes sense to me.
Well, they just want him to be comfortable, and they're trying to get the swelling down after the day after. So that's basically the use of that.
All right. Thanks for the update. Hopefully, those are 2 huge keys for this ball club to get both of those guys back. But you have to get them back to a level where they can be productive. And
well, we know, we talk about it all the time. Anytime you miss any length of time, it takes a while to get back into the swing of things, no matter what position. Oh, baby. How about that?
He reached back and snared it, and there are 2 down.
Very nice play. On his backhand side with his back to the plate.
That's the no-look.
Look at him,
backhand stab.
Look at it, he's smiling about. Why not? That's a good play. That ball's away. He wasn't even looking that way, and it goes into his glove. He had an idea.
He's been watching the NBA. He sees LeBron with that no-look pass. I'll do that.
That's a nice play.
Now the next time I want to see him look to third and throw to first. A no-look throw.
There's
then
a
we
nice
got something.
inning. Good inning for him.
Clevenger breezes through the 5th. The Indians on top 2-1. Hey, Indians fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app, take Sports Time Ohio and Indians baseball with you wherever you go.
Got a pretty good ball game going on today, don't we? Finnegan pitching very well. Clevenger after 5, 2-1. Indians with 5 hits. The Reds with 2.
Finnegan about to make his 70th pitch of the night. He's got the meat of the order coming up here. Kipnis, Lindor, and Napoli.
Maybe time to send out a happy birthday wish to Wilda Matthias, turning 90 from Sebring. And Jack and Renee Morgan. They're big Tribe fans. They're in town for the series. They want to say hello to all their friends back in Cleveland. And hello to you, Jack and Renee.
And Jason Kipnis takes a look at ball one. Kipnis grounded out in the first, struck out in the third. And it's 2-0. Spun him out of there. 3 balls, no strikes. These next 2 innings so critical in a ball game because these are the bridge builder innings.
Right.
Get to the back end of the bullpen, or do you need to get to the guys that set them up?
Well, any starter for the Reds, if you can go 7 innings, that would be, boy, the manager, he may take you out to dinner and you may get a bonus the way they've been going.
Finnegan, his last time out, went 4 innings, 5 innings before that, 6 before that. Kipnis hits a high drive, deep left center field. Hamilton racing back on the track. He can't get it. Bounces off the wall. Hamilton crumples to the ground. And Kipnis stops at second base with a leadoff double. It looks like Billy Hamilton is okay. But he ran a long way to try and track that ball down, and he just missed it.
I thought he was going to outrun this ball and catch up to it. Boy, he had a beat on it, and he had to go. He was playing Kipnis over a little bit and just out of reach. 1, 2 steps on that warning track, and then here comes the wall. Holt backing up, and Kipnis drove that ball a long way to left center field. Had the count in his favor, hit the double. So there's a start. Get him on, get him over, get him in.
Billy Hamilton can't feel too good about slamming into that wall. That had to hurt because he was pretty much full bore.
Yes, he was. He had really not a whole lot of time to slow down and brace himself. I mean, watch it. 2 steps and he's into the wall on the track. Boom, boom, hit it. There's no slowing down. That's why there's padding on every wall now. That hurts, and he'll feel it tomorrow even more so.
Because here's the other thing.
Look at him.
There's nothing to Billy Hamilton. I mean, he's all skin and bone. He's not an ounce of fat on that guy.
He can fly.
You need a little flubber to absorb those hits on the wall.
No, it doesn't feel good no matter if you're fat or skinny. let's be honest.
Well, there's no fat outfielders, so I don't know.
Attaboy.
Lindor gets him over as Phillips' only play will be at first base.
And did you see the nice inside-out approach, man? That's all he was trying to do. Get him over. You're in a 1-run ball game, middle part of the game. Now it's up to Napoli to get him in. And the infield will come in to the cut of the grass.
That's where, you know, the guy's got a good baseball IQ right there. He knows the situation, knows the scoreboard. My job, get him
It
over.
doesn't matter whether you bunt, whether you, nobody cares how you do it, just do it. And right now, nobody cares what Napoli does. Just get him in.
Yeah, if it's a fly ball, base hit,
it
whatever.
Doesn't matter. Ground ball, anything.
Get him home.
Get that run and make it a 2-run lead again. Caught in between.
Napoli has done his job 60% of the time this year. Trying to take advantage of his aggressive nature.
And why wouldn't you? You know, you saw that first approach and that first swing. He was caught in between, so you figure he might be aggressive. But right now, as a hitter, you have to realize, and Mike's been around long enough, the pressure's on the pitcher. You know, he doesn't want you to get that run in from third, but he wants you to hit his pitch. So if you can get in a good hitter's count, you can get very disciplined.
Down and in, it's 2 balls and a strike.
And Mike's a guy that he knows the strike zone very well. He sees more pitches than any hitter in this league.
That's right. And I think in baseball.
Well, in baseball too, but he knows the strike zone. So it's just a matter of maybe cutting down your swing, not trying to hit a homer, and just I've seen him shorten it up and go to right center field a number of times in the last week. Attaboy, 3-1.
So Napoli, who averages 4.77 pitches per plate appearance. So basically, he sees 5
yes.
on average every time he comes to the plate.
He sure does.
And this will be number 5 here. Some stirring in the Cincinnati bullpen, but I don't believe anybody's up and throwing yet. And he was trying to knock
That's one of the few times on the 3-1 he came with that slider. He threw it for a strike. And I don't think he's going to give in here. I think he may come back with that pitch or just try and gas him on the inside part of the plate. And if he walks him, he walks him. There'll be a double play in order.
3-2 pitch. And foul by Napoli. .5'11", 200 pounds, 23-year-old Brandon Finnegan. He came along with John Lamb and Cody Reed, 3 left-handed pitchers from Kansas City in a Johnny Cueto deal last year. Grounded to third, it gets through Suarez, and coming home to score is Jason Kipnis. An error charge to the Reds' third baseman, who seemed like he was all over it, and it was as if the ball passed right through him on its way to left field.
It did. It did pass through him. Kipnis did a great job to get back because he would have been a dead duck. He goes back to third base, but in turn, Suarez lets the ball play him. Oh, it took a funny hop off that grass, and it did deflect it off him. It'll go as an error. No RBI. Napoli did his job. He hit it hard. He put it in play. Kipnis ends up scoring, so they get the runner home. That ball, I think, hit the cut of the grass from the dirt out in front of home plate, and it took a little spin. I got to say, that's a tough play. Watch it. Boom, hit the grass, and it came back on him, and that gave it some funky spin for Suarez. That's not an easy play.
Almost like a hockey goalie, and you get a guy in front with a stick and it redirects.
Right, and it was like Brandon Phillips' shot last night with the spin on the baseball that hit it twice. That one there had a lot of spin to it, and you won't see it from the seats, but you can tell from that camera angle.
Yeah, probably deflating for Brandon Finnegan now as he's fallen behind Jose Ramirez 3-0. Reds traded Todd Frazier in the offseason. He was their third baseman, and a very good one at that. Just caught the outside
that was
corner.
not pitch. Watch the bounce here.
Oh, yeah.
You see, it hit the cut of the grass.
And yeah, it
had the top spin. And you know that is a tough play. Too bad for him.
Not a play right side, full count.
You don't explain that to many people. Oh yeah, that spin. Yeah, right.
You know what? That falls on deaf ears.
Sure,
nobody cares.
Yeah, well, so what? Man on third, you got to catch it.
Right.
Well, that's not the case. When you're a player out there, only you know. But the good thing for the Indians, they got the run home, and they increased their lead to 2.
Ramirez with a base hit in the left field. And Napoli will stop at second base.
Well, Jose with a couple of hits tonight. Boy, he hung on, and there's a pitch. It looked like it got down on the trademark.
You know, that line about the ball had spin on it, that ranks right up there with You know, the dog ate my homework, and I lost it in the sun.
Well, you know, like I said, sometimes it's a humbling game, so you wear it. Okay,
yeah.
You wear it.
Can't do anything
You can't
else.
tell anybody. Like you say, it falls on deaf ears. You know what? There's a lot of deaf people out there when that happens, but there's not much he could do.
Jumbo Diaz just called up today for Cincinnati, is warming in the bullpen. Reds.
Well, this was the bridge inning, as you said. You know, you get to that 6th inning, 6 into the 7th, and that would be a big inning if he could have kept it a 2-1 game.
Reds called up both Jumbo Diaz and Kivas Sampson, 2 pitchers. Sent out Lane Thompson, a pitcher, and outfielder Jose Peraza before
Call
the
up
game.
a Sampson and send out a Thompson.
And Homer Bailey was transferred to the 60-day DL. You were getting ready to talk about him before we went right to the end of an inning, but he was feeling some problems in that elbow again on his rehab, and so they shut him down and moved him to the 60, so that puts him back who knows how long.
Boy, and he was coming back and felt no pain, and then was on a 90-pitch outing, and then felt it in that outing, and they shut him down immediately.
It's a guy they tied up a lot of money in as a starting pitcher.
Did they ever?
The 2-0 to Yan Gomes in the dirt.
Well, it looks like that error hurt Finnegan. It really does, because he fell behind Ramirez 3-0 and had to come back. He's behind Gomes now 3-0. It's almost like it deflated the confidence that he had going. Even Napoli in that at bat before he had the count in his favor. So 3 straight hitters he's been behind.
Just did catch the inside corner for a strike, 3-1. And here's the thing too for Brandon Finnegan, while it may be deflating and something that a young pitcher has to deal with and overcome, it's not like he's out of the game. This is a 3-1 ball game in this park. That lead could be gone in a blink.
Absolutely, it's nothing. But oh man, that looked like that was way inside. It looked like that pitch was almost going to hit Gomes before he swung at it. Watch this. They go inside. It's up, and there was no way that was a strike. But boy, he got after it.
Danny Salazar went from his seat in the dugout to the deck. And luckily he's okay, because I saw him down on the ground and, oh man, I hope he's all right.
Well,
back in the old days, there was no way to get out of the way of one of those before they put up that fencing. The 3-2 pitch. That ball's hit pretty well, deep center field. Back is Hamilton. He's got room though. It dies in front of the warning track. And there are 2 down.
well, kids tickets start at just $10 for kids 12 and under with the purchase of an adult ticket. The tickets are located in the family deck at Progressive Field, home to the expanded kids clubhouse, and the kids tickets are only available at Indians.com. See if Marlon Bird's got a 2-out base hit in him.
Bird shoots one up the gap. It's into center field. Napoli coming around third, and he's going to score without a play. A 2-run 6th inning for the Tribe as they increase their lead to 4-1. Another big 2-out RBI hit. Marlon Bird, his 2nd run batted in of the night.
Well, and you knew it was going to come early in the count because he's an aggressive hitter. He likes to get after it, and he threw too good of a pitch on the first pitch to this guy with 2 outs because Marlon will get after it. He did. His night's going to be over. And the error, I think he fell apart a little bit. He pitched a whale of a game for 5 innings, and then the error cost him. The manager's going to come out and say a little something, but you say a young pitcher, he's going to live and learn after that. But not a bad outing for Finnegan tonight.
He had retired 7 in a row before this inning began. And now the Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen has been made for Jumbo Diaz, and we'll be right back. From John Lamb. Those two lefties that came from Kansas City in the Cueto deal last year have both faced the Indians, and neither have fared well. Jumbo Diaz on for the 9th time this year. And he'll be facing Juan Uribe with 2 on and 2 out here in the 6th inning. Oh, new look for Jumbo Diaz, though, with the specs. Back to the Reds dugout, and just over the top of it hit a seat and bounced right back into the dugout. Those are almost reminiscent of the old Kurt Rambis rec specs in the old days.
Jumbo Rambis.
Here's the 0-1. Andre and I were talking on the flight down here last night after we watched the Cavs playoff game, just about old time NBA, old time for us, the 80s, just how dominant the Lakers were. They were in the finals 8 times in the decade.
10 years.
Isn't that amazing? When you think about it?
Domination.
Made me think of when you said Kurt Rambis, thinking about the Lakers. Here's the 0-2, and Uribe chases it in the dirt to end the inning. Marlon Byrd caps a 2-run 6 for the Tribe with a 2-out RBI knock, and the Indians are up 4-1.
Including savings and access to Tribe Rewards. And today's Tribe Rewards TV code is Allen. Visit Indians.com season tickets for complete details.
Bottom of the 6th inning. And Zach Cozart, the leadoff man, 1 for 2 on the night, takes a fastball strike. Just lost my binoculars.
What are you throwing them down?
I heard this crash. I'm like, what was that? And I look down,
and the fans got them.
Yeah. I don't know how we get them.
Throw them up. How's your hands? Let me see.
I wonder if they're busted up, though.
Oh, yeah, they'll be fine. Hand them to Jumbo.
Oh, boy, there's a ball hit in the air. Out of play. Oh, boy.
We'll get
they were right here, and I went to grab the media guy, and I didn't see him fall. I heard this crash. I'm like, what is that? Oh, that was my.
We're looking down there.
Okay. At least it didn't hurt anybody.
Oh, thank goodness.
There's a line drive base hit in the left. Cozart. He swung the bat well.
Yeah, that's his second hit, 2 for 3. So they get the leadoff man aboard. It's only the third hit allowed by Clevenger.
Billy Hamilton 0 for 2. We'll step in here for Cincinnati. Clevenger just over 80 pitches on the night. Indians get some action in the bullpen. Bunted to third. Uribe barehand grab and throw to first. And
nice play.
No, he couldn't get the throw. And
hold on.
I hope Napoli's all right.
Yeah, that was right up into the runner. I thought he caught it. I did not see the ball, and it might have been stepped on. Might have had his foot stepped on right there. What a great bunt. Hamilton laid it down, I mean, to perfection. And Uribe did everything in his power. Bare hands it. Watch the throw up the line a little bit. And it almost looks like it hit Hamilton, didn't it? Because it comes out of his uniform. It did.
Oh, yeah.
There was no way that Napoli could even caught the ball. It hit him in the back. So that'll go as a base hit. And they have the first 2 aboard. So what a great bunt. I told you earlier how he was pinching him in at the corner. Now in the situation, he just laid down a dandy.
Now Clevenger has to battle really for the first time tonight. He's in a tough spot here. Joey Votto 0 for 2 on the night. Has struck out twice. And Clevenger missing inside ball 1.
Let's see if it's he gets stepped on or is it his wrist? Oh, the glove. I think his left hand or arm caught the glove. You see his hand go back?
Yep.
And it might have got Napoli's wrist or caught into his glove.
And a fastball strike evens the count. Now Zach McAllister joining Crockett. We're only in the 6th. But a 3-run ball game at this point. And Clevenger, who has cruised through the game right up until this point, now in a little bit of trouble after the bunt single by Hamilton. That ball's ripped to deep center. Rajay won't get it. Reds are going to score 2, it looks like, on this play. Hamilton almost passes Cozart at the plate. And it's a 1-run game.
Well, that's a pitch that he gave Votto a fastball, and he caught up to this one. And hit a vicious line drive into center field. He wasn't feeling for anything in that at-bat. He was ahead of him 0-2, and look at right down the middle. They wanted it inside. He's been able to get him with a couple of changeups today. This time he got the fastball. And look at Hamilton, 1 stride behind Cozart. It's now a 4-3 game.
Would have been 10 feet more, he would have passed him.
Still nobody out. We'll see if now they're not going to slow it down, or Callaway's not coming out, so that bullpen, I'm sure, is probably ready.
Now Brandon Phillips 0 for 2 on the night. And a foul back. Lifted out of play to the right.
Well, on Votto's ball, it was hit. Watch, Hamilton knows it's going to be over his head, and he just took off running. Look at Cozart. He sees the express right behind him. Watch him say something to him. Hey, slow down, buddy. You better wait till I score first.
No tailgating out here.
Yeah. He was over the speed limit.
Two-strike pitch. Kind of backed up on him, and Phillips fouls it off.
Yeah, they don't. It's a good thing it backed up on. A lot of times you think that breaking ball. Well, we did retrieve the binoculars. One of security's finest came in. Did they break?
No, they appear to be okay, but he told me they almost hit Mr. Castellini. That would have been bad for me.
That would have been very bad. You would have been ejected. But they are signed by Jumbo.
I might have spoke too soon.
Nice pitch.
Oh, yeah, there's a little bit of damage. Might need a new pair.
Well, a good changeup here to put away Phillips. I like the location. He got him aggressively to chase after it. Strikeout number 5 for Clevenger, and Tito coming out, so he's going to go to the bullpen, get the left-hander. So it'd be 5 1/3. Hands the ball to the skipper, and nicely done. Your very first start. Has a chance to win a ball game. Can't lose it, but the tying run is out there at second base.
They got a timeout. A quick and decisive end here in the 6th inning. Gave up a leadoff single. Okay, but then the bunt hit by Hamilton kind of set the wheels in motion. Then Votto followed with a 2-run double to center. He struck out Brandon Phillips, but Terry Francona decided that was enough. And now the bullpen carousel begins. Kyle Crockett on presumably to face only Jay Bruce.
One hitter. Same situation happened day 1 in Cleveland. This matchup, and Bruce got the base hit. He flared one to left field, got a base hit, and that was it. So we'll see if Crockett can come back and get him tonight.
Oh, good off-speed pitch that time by Kyle Crockett. fouled that one off.
Pretty good pitch right there. This one, excellent location. Down really made him reach. He was lucky. I mean, lucky to get a piece of that ball.
Check, did he go? The appeal, he did not. And he shoots him to left again. And the runner, Votto, stops at third.
Well, there he made a good pitch the pitch before. I wish he would have followed up with another one. He hangs a slider. Not a good pitch. That's up, it's in. It gives him an easy pitch to handle, and they're playing him to pull. So now we're going to go with a double switch, I see, because Tito's going out to the home plate umpire, Tim Timmons. We'll bring in McAllister. See who was made the last out. The pitcher would be due up, so we're going to put let me see, Ramirez is going to third. Uribe's coming out of the game, and they'll put Chisenhall in right is what's going to happen. And he's going to go get Zach McAllister.
Timeout in Cincinnati. 4-3 Cleveland. Zach McAllister. Defensively, Jose Ramirez comes in from left field to take over at third base. The new left fielder is Marlon Byrd, who moves over from right, and the new right fielder just into the game is Lonnie Chisenhall. Eugenio Suarez is 0 for 2 on the night. And that's way outside 2-0.
Okay, 4 hits so far for the Reds in this 6th inning. The 1 strikeout. Now McAllister down 2-0, looking to try and get back into this count. Keep them stranded.
Hit well, deep right. Back is Chisenhall. Goodbye. A 3-run homer for Cincinnati makes it a 5-run sixth, and they lead it now 6-4. So tonight it's the Indians bullpen that takes one on the chin.
Well, he came out and missed with the first 2 pitches and then gives him a ball out over the plate. He has very good power the other way. And in this ballpark, they hit their home runs. He stayed on it, hit a 2-0 line drive. So you close the book on Clevenger. He gives up 4. Crockett gives up 1, the only guy that he faced, and McAllister also.
Tyler Holt 0 for 2 stands in. And he chases a fastball upstairs. It was the bunt by Hamilton that changed the inning, though. That put 2 on, tightened the noose a little bit on Clevenger. Votto then stroked a big double that scored 2. And then after Phillips struck out, for whatever reason, Terry Francona decided that was enough for Clevenger.
Well, it'll be a no decision for Mike tonight. And then the Indians are going to have to try and come back now from the 7th inning on the road, which has been a tough thing for them to do.
It's been a 7-run inning, 2 in the top half for Cleveland, and Cincinnati answering now with 5 in the bottom half. And this is why they've been very good at home on the year. They hit home runs here. They score more runs here. Now, whether or not their bullpen can hold on to it, that's a whole different story.
They still have 9 outs to get. That has been the tough part for this Reds bullpen.
Tucker Barnhart 0 for 2. Well, a good looking breaking ball, but it's ball 1. Way outside, 2-0.
Pretty healthy cut right there, but you get the count in your favor. You can take those chances.
Barnhart broke up a no-hit bid by Max Scherzer a year ago.
And he still pitched 2 no-hitters.
Yeah, that was on September the 28th, too. I'm trying to remember when that was. It was late in the game, 8th inning. Swing and a miss, strikes him out, ends the inning. But boy, the damage done by Cincinnati. 2-run double by Votto and a monster 3-run homer by Suarez. And Cincinnati is now in front. At Elk and Elk, proud partner of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. And by Ford, built Ford tough. 6-4 Cincinnati. And now in the 7th inning. We still have 3 innings to go in this game.
Oh yeah, we're just getting started.
Jumbo Diaz got the last out of the 6th. And he'll come on to pitch the 7th with Lonnie Chisnall leading off. He took over in the batting order for the pitcher spot. Rajay Davis, Jason Kipnis to follow as the Indians try to answer back now.
Yeah, with the double switch is what happened. That's how Chisnall got into the ball game. And then we roll over to the top of the lineup. Jumbo Diaz. You remember 2 years ago when he was getting loose in the Indians bullpen and the ball got out of the bullpen onto the field while the game was going on, and wasn't it David Murphy or something that got
at third base?
Murphy got caught.
He saw a ball and thinking it was the ball in play, didn't realize it was the ball that came out of the bullpen.
Right.
He ran around third base and they tagged him out.
Jumbo was the one that was warming up in the bullpen then.
That was the old configuration where the ball could get onto the field. How, I have no idea still, but it happened.
I mean, we'll never see anything like that again.
Up and in, 2-2. Lonnie hits one high and foul right side, upper deck. Every time the Indians' leadoff man has reached, he scored in this game. 3 times in all. Not going to happen here, though. 1 away. This was back in August of 2014. Just as the ball hits the wall, the ball from the bullpen comes in.
That's already there. Yeah, look at that's weird. It came in at the same time that we're throwing the ball in, and Murphy went around third base and said, "Wait a minute, I saw the ball out there."
Strange.
Explanations going on both sides, and it was really strange. Is right. Murphy took off from third. He was there safely. It took off when he saw the ball out in center field, but the defender actually had it in his glove. That's the original hidden ball trick.
Check swing foul.
Didn't mean to.
And that's fouled back. 2-2. In off the plate and a full count.
Well, the first 2 hitters for Diaz, after he gets the 2 strikes, he tries to come in and at least back you off the plate.
And he ends up walking him. 1 out base runner here in the 7th now for Cleveland. Tying run to the plate. Stat of the game brought to you by Buick. Cincinnati's bullpen not good.
Well, yeah. How about the 12 walks in the 7 2/3 innings? We witnessed that a lot last night, but also, excuse me, 12 hits as well. 220 pitches coming out of that bullpen in the last 2 games.
Collectively, a .646 earned run average, dead last.
Well, you know, when you're on a roll like this bullpen has been, when you do get base runners, the first thing that creeps into their mind is how they're going to score. You know, there's not I wouldn't think a real confident feeling out there.
The seeds of doubt have been planted.
Yeah, I mean they have. They've earned the reputation to this point. It's just a matter of when and how.
Rajay takes off, and a throw is not in time.
Yeah, that's the guy you didn't want to walk, but he did.
Ninth steal of the year for Rajay Davis. He's in the scoring position now.
He gets very good jumps, doesn't he, coming off first base, and never really takes a whole lot of time, man. He gets after it and gets it done early.
He slid all the way over the bag. You know, the thing I've always noticed about him, Rick, it seems like there are no false steps. I mean, there's no stuttering, there's no false step. I mean, it's that first stride he's at full speed quickly.
He's a base stealer. He's very good at it.
By the way, it's 3-0 on Kipnis now. And that's a generous strike there. Francisco Lindor waiting on deck.
Kipnis started last inning when he was ahead in the count on Finnegan and hit that double to left center field that ran Hamilton into the wall.
All 4 and back-to-back walks by Jumbo have everybody on edge here in Cincinnati.
You hear the crowd now. They're into it. They're saying, uh-oh, here we go. You're going to give them base runners. Now they're waiting for something to happen, but they put the tying runs on.
Well, that's something that's going to happen. Is the most conspicuous man in Cincinnati, Mark Riggins.
He gets as much airtime as anybody that plays a position.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, he had to go into a new box of shoes today because the spikes he wore off in the last 2 games going out to the mound.
30-second clock about to expire. And Francisco Lindor 2 for 3 tonight, 2 solid singles. 8 for 14 against the Reds now on the year. Chance to do some serious damage. Throw back, but Rajay is there in time. Gets away from Barnhart. To the on-deck circle it goes, and the Indians put 2 in the scoring position. And now that tying run is at second base.
Oh boy, that's a break for the Tribe right there. You know, Barnhart did a nice job blocking balls last night until one got away and they ended up scoring a run. Well, now there goes the tying runs into scoring position with 1 out.
How many were in the dirt last night?
I think there was about 10 in the dirt from Tommy Bowe. He's probably home sweeping the plate right about now.
The 1-1 is fouled out of play. Well, he knows how to clean a plate. We're not talking about using dishwashing soap either. Rajai Davis at third. Jason Kipnis the tying run at second. But Lindor now in the hole, 1-2. After Jumbo Diaz walked back-to-back hitters. Broke his bat. He'll get a run home here. Phillips flips to first, 2 down. Tying run moves to third. It's 6-5.
Well, even if he doesn't throw the wild pitch and that ball happens, you don't get the double play because it wasn't hit hard enough, but you don't score a run either. So that wild pitch allowed the Indians to get on the board, and they cut it to a 1-run ball game. And now we'll see if Napoli can get a 2-out base hit.
Now Mike 0 for 3 on the night. Hit the ball, I want to say hard, but really what he did is he hit it oddly his last time up, and it turned into an error and enabled the Indians to score twice in the 6th. He hit it with some serious English, and then it skipped by the third baseman for an error.
It actually hit that cut of the grass and the dirt out in front of home plate, and it redirected.
And Napoli really unhappy with himself. It's 0-2.
Watch where it hits out in front, and you see how it kicked to one side. You could see the feet of Suarez, but you know what? He made up for it last inning, didn't he, with a 3-run home run?
Yes, he did.
That error, he gave it up. Well, he came right back and he took it off the board.
Sometimes rare to see an error charged on a play where a player never touched it. He never got a leather on it. That's how much spin was on that ball.
Yeah.
Missed outside, tried to paint the fastball on the outside edge, but it was wide of the mark. And now Napoli works the count back to 2-2.
Well, he started him off slider. I'm going to say he's going to try and put him away with the slider. That fastball was a show pitch, unless he rides at 97 upstairs around the letters. Hung him a slider. See, that's the mistake you can make when you're throwing as hard as Diaz does. Watch the slider. They want it away and it stays up. Napoli, when he's going to that right field stroke, I think now with 2 strikes is what it looks like to me. So if that's the case, then you try and ride the fastball up around the letters and see if you can get a swing, because he hung a breaking ball right there.
And that's in the dirt, full count. Tried to throw a nasty slider, but pulled it to the far side of the dish. And now the 3-2 to Napoli is pulled foul. You got to wonder if Napoli gets aboard here, if that's going to be it for Jumbo Diaz, who's over 30 pitches. This is only the 6th man he's faced. But when you're averaging 5 pitches a hitter, that'll wear you out quick. Took the sting out, popped him up. And the inning is over. Diaz gets out of it, but the Indians get a run closer. Stretch time in Cincinnati, 6-5 Reds. Out of the 7th, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Mike Clevenger in his major league debut went 5 1/3 innings. He struck out 5 Cincinnati hitters. At one point, he retired 8 straight and had a 4-1 lead going into the 6th inning. But after giving up a couple of hits and then a 2-run double, struck out a batter. Terry Francona called it a night, went to the bullpen, and that didn't work out well. And so now the Indians trailing by a run. Jabba Chamberlain will try to keep it at a 1-run deficit.
Okay, we got a pinch hitter here, Matty. Pacheco coming on in the pitcher spot.
Jordan Pacheco will face Jabba Chamberlain. During spring training, Jordan Pacheco caught 2 games, played 7 games at first base, 4 games at second base, 8 games at third, a couple in the outfield.
I remember seeing at third base when we did, I think, the first 3 games of the spring against Cincinnati this year.
That's how he made the club, though, that versatile utility type. I can play anywhere, coach. Just give me a chance.
Well, there's a lot of guys on every team trying to do that now. Jabba Chamberlain has been outstanding for the Indians. Hitters just 4 for 39 off him this year. Left-handers 2 for 17. Right-handers 2 for 22. Been very stingy. He's pitched 6 innings on the road in 5 games. Hasn't allowed a run. Pitched very well at home. 6 2/3, 1 earned run in 7 games.
Low with a fastball, 2-2. You know, he's a veteran who has been through a lot. He's seen a lot. The highest of the highs, the lows. I mean, I think he just has a pretty good idea what his responsibility is, his role is.
Yeah, and he's been around. This is his 10th year. You know, he's just enjoying it now. They want to check, but they say no way.
Full count. And the 3-2 pitch. Strike 3 called right down Broadway. Not sure what Pacheco was looking for. I mean, I know it was a slider, but 2 strikes, you're figuring anywhere close, you're going to be trying to pull the trigger.
Yeah, you know what? That's a case where, Matt, what you're saying, you're just looking for the baseball. You know, you're just trying to get on base. You're leading off the inning, so you're guessing, and you get locked up.
Let's go down to Andre, who has more on Jabba Chamberlain.
You know, in between throwing bubble gum at me and me throwing it back at him, Jabba, I've had some great conversations about his career. And he says, you know what? He finally understands pitching reports, scouting reports, and says he pitches to him now. He says, 10 years ago, I just went up there and threw it 100 miles an hour and didn't care. Now I feel like an actual pitcher, and I'm enjoying myself. And we saw that on that strikeout. Threw 5 fastballs in a row and got him with the slider. He almost threw him backwards at times.
It's too bad that it takes that long to figure out the scouting reports.
But that's like, you know, I mean, I think back to, and this is not a great example, understand me, but Kenny Lofton never lifted weights, didn't have to. He was just a naturally gifted athlete. He didn't have to do all that hard work that a lot of the other guys did, because he just was blessed with a phenomenal physique and he could just go out there, throw his cap on and play baseball. When you can throw 100, sometimes those scouting reports you're looking at like, I'm going to throw 100, so I don't need that.
Well, you're probably right.
Uh-oh, that ball's jolted deep to left, and it's off the wall, hit right at the base. Bird makes a nice play on it. But sliding into second base is Zach Cozart, who has swung the bat very well tonight, his third hit in the game.
Yeah, well, he's been swinging it very well all year. He's up over 300, came into the ball game hitting 310. It's his third hit, and there's that spinner, that slider that just stayed right there. It was flat, and it had no break to it, so he hits it off the bottom of the wall. It comes right back to Bird. But for Cozart, he gets his 11th double of the season, and now they have a man in scoring position.
Yeah, 10-game hitting streak and back in April.
Even though, you know, guys in scoring position, with this guy up, you still have to take the bunt away from him, because he's the one that got last inning going with a man on first, nobody out. And now it's Ramirez that's going to pinch in at the corner instead of Uribe.
With a runner at second base, it makes it tough for the third baseman, because I'm thinking, if I'm a Ramirez, to have a chance to throw him out, I've got to be almost where the pitcher's mound is. But if I come in there, then the guy at second is going to steal third, because I can't cover both.
Well, you know what? He could take maybe another step in, because Cozart's not truly, even though he runs okay, a base stealer. He has one. And there, you know, it's an easy alleyway for Gomes to see through if he wants to try and take off, because Lindor is jockeying him back. Well, forget about it, because there's 2 strikes on him now, and you can move back.
Chased one in the dirt, strikes him out. 2 down. It's more than a badge, it's your pass to kick off the summer. Don't miss the Memorial Tournament presented by Nationwide, May 30th through June the 5th. Purchase your badge at memorialbadges.com. Up comes Joey Votto, who had a 2-run double his last time up, but they'll just intentionally walk him here with first base open and go for the righty-righty matchup against Brandon Phillips. Even though Votto has struggled here in the month of May, hitting well below 200. And Phillips has a career .346 batting average against the Indians. But Phillips 0 for 3 tonight. And Votto had that 2-run double his last time up. So sometimes it's recent history that is the more pertinent piece of information. It's kind of like, what's more fresh in your mind? Well, last time we saw this guy, he smoked one to center field, so let's not.
Yeah, and you want to
pitch to him.
He wants to, you know, make it right-hander job, a tough run righties with that slider. But Phillips, you know, he's a good. You make a mistake, he can hurt you. But you have 2 outs. You go with the odds, a force out at any base.
Swung at a ball in the dirt.
That's what you're banking on. He gets aggressive, wants to try to drive him home.
You know, following up on Andre's point about Jabba Chamberlain and where he's at this point in his career, you think back to when he had Tommy John surgery. How many guys do you know that have that kind of traumatic injury, have to have that surgery, and then decide to have some fun with it and put a tattoo on it so that it looks like the scars in the shape of a smiley face on your elbow? The 0-1. Line drive caught by Kipnis. Inning over. Reds strand a pair. And through 7, the Indians trail it by a single run. Presented by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Well, she's living out here in Cincinnati country. But hopefully the Indians can send her home with a win tonight. They'll have to rally from behind if that's going to be the case. And the new Cincinnati pitcher is right-hander Ross Ohlendorf. Ohlendorf recently ejected for the first time in his career. He was suspended, a 3-game suspension, but he's appealing that suspension. So this will be the second time he's pitched in the series while appealing that suspension. In 18 games, he's got an ERA of 5.30. He pitched the final inning in yesterday's game. But that game was already long decided by then. A little different story here tonight. A 1-run game in the 8th. Hits are even at 8 apiece, but Cincinnati with a big 3-run homer, highlighting a 5-run 6th inning. Oh, it almost worked out well.
Yeah. He already has 2 hits tonight. One to right field, one up the middle to center or thereabouts.
Trying to bloop it, but no. One away. Yan Gomes at 1 out of 3 with a double. Cincinnati pitching has been much better tonight. And the Indians, well, the bullpen allowing Cincinnati to erupt for a big inning. Big curveball in for a strike. Tied him up inside with a good fastball. When the Indians have scored 5 or more this year, they're 14-3. Heck, when they score 4 or more, they're 16-3. Man, he chased a bad ball in the dirt. Sure. 2 down. Here's our Yellowwood bringing the lumber tonight. Marlon Byrd, sac fly in the 2nd inning, got the Indians their first run of the night. And then in the 6th, he increased their lead to 4-1 with his 2-out RBI single. But it would be a short-lived lead as the Reds would roar right back in the bottom half of that inning and score 5 times.
Well, we'll see if he can get on base. I see Santana is in the on deck circle for that's the pitcher spot. See, Byrd started him off with a breaking ball and he sort of laid off of it. Last time up when he drove in that 2-out run, they tried to throw him a fastball in the first pitch and he got the base hit.
Out of play, right side. All right, watch Bob Feller on the left versus the old school lineup of Ross Ohlendorf. It's not all that different, is it?
No, it really isn't, except maybe about 10 miles an hour.
Oh. Rapid Robert, he could throw it 100+ miles an hour. In fact, I was watching a documentary recently, and only Nolan Ryan threw a fastball with higher velocity that was ever recorded than Bob Feller.
Right.
The pitch, chased it in the dirt, and the inning is over. Ohlendorf shuts him down 1-2-3. Game brought to you by Mazda. Get to the Reds bullpen, a 6.46 ERA out of that Cincy pen, but the Indians have only been able to tag him for 1 run so far tonight. And Mike Clevenger acquitted himself well early in the ball game. He had one little rough spot there in that 6th inning, but he didn't get a chance to get out of it.
Right.
And that's too bad. And so now here in the bottom of the 8th, Jeff Manship will try to keep it a 1-run game. Down in the dirt. And Chip facing Jay Bruce, Eugenio Suarez, and Tyler Holt. Good off-speed pitch.
A big shift over on the right side of the infield where Lindor is over at second base and Kipnis and Shallow right field.
High pop out of play. Yeah, boy, that was an awfully good looking pitch. And Jay Bruce lays off, and it's called a ball, full count. And that's crushed, and that is gone. The Indians bullpen struggles continue here tonight. And the home run ball serving Cincinnati well as usual.
Yeah, the second home run, third consecutive hit. Bruce all 4 times. He walked in the first, or his first time up, homered, singled, and scored, and homered. So he scored 3, and that's a big insurance run for this Cincinnati team. He got one out over the plate, down though to his liking, and he hits it into the seats. It is their 3rd home run of the night, and it's a 7-5 game. Cincinnati leading.
3 homers for the Reds, and this is a team that just thrives on the long ball. I said before, 80% of their homers have been hit here at home. 35 now out of their 43 have been hit right here at Great American Ballpark.
Yeah, and it's the 3rd run given up by the Tribe bullpen. Second home run. McAllister gave up the 3-runner. This is the one that really hurt right here. 2-0 count. Suarez just takes it the other way. This is a ballpark, a line drive, maybe a lot of parks it doesn't get out, but we're in the Great American Ballpark, and that ball jumps here. It's his 19th multi-homer game of his career.
Look out, Andre. Wow.
No, Andre's down near home plate tonight. He's hiding on us. He thinks he's hiding. I see him. The owl. Ooh, he's watching you. The night owl's got you. Night vision. Suarez busted his bat, had to go get a new one.
And that's foul, third base side. Another full count. And he got him to go fish. First strikeout for Manship, 1 down on the 8th.
Comes back with the 3-2 slider here. And Suarez helps him out. Swings at ball 4, but gets the strikeout, out number 1.
He went down, punched it up the middle, but Kitten is cutting it off and throws him out 2 away. And a ground ball rolled to second. Kipnis gobbles it up, throws him out. And we will go to the 9th. Indians' last chance. Now they're down 2 thanks to Jay Bruce's second home run of the night. Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's coming up right after the ball game with Al and Jensen. Right here live from Cincinnati. They won't be in no stuffy studio tonight. No, they're going to be right down here on the Ohio River. Will the Indians come from behind and give them something fun to talk about? Well, we're about to find out. 9th inning. Ross Ollendorf will stay on, or will he? Here comes Brian Price out of the Reds dugout, and now, just as we're about to start the inning, now he decides to make a pitching change.
He had to make sure that Santana was announced in the lineup, and then he wants to switch him over. He had the left-hander going.
All right, we'll take another timeout. We'll be right back here to Cincinnati. inning. Tony Cingrani, I've never seen a guy warm up like this before. He's either been ready for a while or he just likes to take a long time.
Well, I think they had him up. They had him up.
Just really weird. He gets the ball, he stands out there on the mound for about 10-15 seconds and then throws another pitch. All right, we're ready here. Carlos Santana will pinch hit.
When you look at the Reds and their bullpen, they have 4 saves.
Yeah, 3 on the current roster.
Right, and this is the guy that has all 3 of them, Cingrani. So it's going to be Santana. Chisenhall's a scheduled hitter, although they have Martinez left on the bench. And then it's back up to the top of the lineup.
And a first pitch strike. And that's low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is one of those situations where you want to see the patient Carlos Santana, the one that works the count, makes him throw strikes.
Well, you need a base runner with that insurance run now. You know, you can't bring the tying run to the plate until you get somebody aboard. So yeah, let's hope he is patient. If he can draw a walk or get a base hit, then you could bring the tying run to the plate.
Just outside. 3-1.
Started him out changeup for strike 1 and then missed with the next 3. Nothing wrong if Santana takes a pitch here either.
Got the fastball and was tardy. Full count.
To me, that was more of a pitcher's pitch there on that 3-1 count, and you need a base runner, so you know, take it. Maybe it's called a ball. Who knows?
Here's the payoff. And a ground ball right to the shortstop. 1 away. Up comes Lonnie Chisenhall for 1. Came on in the 7th inning, got his first at bat then. Flied out to left. Lonnie didn't like it, thought it was low, but the fastball called a strike to even the count. That fastball fouled back 1-2. Count stays 1 ball, 2 strikes. We will wrap this series up tomorrow night. Josh Tomlin will try to run his record to 6-0. Tim Adelman will go for Cincinnati. And it was nowhere near where Barnhart wanted it, but he got away with missing. And it's 1-2. You see that a lot of times where if you're going to miss your target, miss it by a whole bunch. Because when you miss it by a little bit, it's usually it ends up in the middle of the plate. Bounced it in there 2-2. Upstairs, he lays off, and another full count. And a payoff pitch fouled away. Tony Cingrani trying to close it out. The Indians trying to get a base runner to get the tying run to the plate, down 7-5 in the ninth. And again the 3-2.
Well, good job of just staying alive. He's fouled off 4 or 5 pitches. Need that base runner. Need somebody on base. Look at him. He's pounded the zone. He's missed it with a couple, but Lonnie has fouled off quite a few. Is that a 9-pitch at bat? This will be number 10. Good at bat.
Wow, that was a close pitch. Reds fans unhappy. Cingrani not real thrilled, but Lonnie with just a tremendous at bat. And he winds up drawing a walk on the 10th pitch.
Well, let's take a look at it. Well, it's a close one to take, but it is ball 4.
And now Rajai Davis, the tying run at the plate. He homered in the 3rd, walked, stole a base, and scored in the 7th. And he's going to try to bunt, but it's foul. Not a bad idea right there.
I totally agree. Not a bad idea. They were playing back. The key is just getting it down is what it is. So he popped it up. But the good thing about it, it's a foul ball. So he can come back and re-rack it. Don't know where he thinks he's going to go. Running in this situation, he's not going to take off when you're down by 2. Trying to get a free out, I guess. He's only about not even 2 steps off first base anyway.
Yeah, if it's a 1-run game, I can understand you're trying to be a little more cautious. But when in a 2-run game, as you said, Rick, that's not the run that matters.
2-run game and 1 out in the inning already. You can't run. You can't make outs on the bases. And Lonnie's out of base still to begin with.
Well, he's been able to get it back on track here. 2 quick strikes to Rajai Davis. Jason Kipnis waiting on deck. Upstairs. Davis drives it deep left field, and we are tied at 7. How do you like me now? Rajai Davis with a 2-run homer in the 9th knocks the game up. His 2nd home run of the ball game. Are you kidding me? He started the at-bat off trying to bunt his way aboard. He ends up blasting one to the cheap seats.
Well, he left a breaking ball middle of the plate. And he has been hot. And the walk to Chisenhall, and you give up that that base runner. You hit one out. You have a new ball game. And the Reds fans, I don't know if they believe it or not, what they just saw, but
oh, they believe it all right. They've seen it too many times.
His third career multiple home run game, and that insurance run didn't help Cincinnati. A big base hit for Rajai. He's been swinging it. He scored 3 runs again tonight.
Jason Kipnis spun out of the way, and there's still only 1 out in the inning.
Cingrani, only the 2nd home run he's given up, and boy, this one hurts.
Brian Shaw, Cody Allen getting loose for Cleveland, depending on what happens the rest of the way. If it stays tied, it'll be Shaw. If the Indians go ahead, it'll be Allen.
That smile says it all, doesn't it?
Sure does. Right at Phillips. And Kipnis retired, 2 down. Take another look at the home run by Rajai Davis.
Breaking ball. Gone. He knew it as soon as it left his bat. Hit one back in the 3rd inning. And this, no doubt, went a long way.
Now Brian Price is out to
double switch.
Execute a double switch. Adam Duvall is going to come in. He's going to go to left field. And we're going to get a new pitcher with Francisco Lindor coming to the plate. It will be J.C. Ramirez when we come back to Cincinnati, all tied at 7 in the 9th. It has tied this game up on a spinner from Tony Cingrani. He got the barrel head out and he boomed it into the seats.
Right into the barrel of that bat. Boy, that's not one you want to leave out over the plate like he did. It was spinning right into the barrel.
27-year-old J.C. Ramirez on for the 12th time this year. And with 2 down, and face Francisco Lindor. Ramirez began his professional career with the Seattle Mariners. Then he went to the Phillies. The Indians signed him to a minor league deal after the 2013 season. And in 2014, he split the year between Double-A and Triple-A. In 10 games with Akron, he had a 2.08 ERA. In 25 games with Columbus, pitched 31 innings and had a 3.45 ERA. But that was it, just 1 year with the Tribe. Lindor bounces out, and we'll go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 7, thanks to that man right there, Rajay Davis. 7-7 in Cincy. Pitcher to work here tonight, making his 19th appearance of the season. He has punched out 17 in 16 innings of work. And he'll have the number 9 hitter, Jordan, the spot that was the pitcher spot, so that when they did the double switch, this will be Adam Duvall, who's now in left field. And the spot that Tyler Holt was in, which was the 7th spot on the order, is now the pitcher spot. Bottom of the 9th, tied at 7. So Duvall, Zach Cozart, Billy Hamilton for the Reds. And Duvall waves at a ball way out of the strike zone.
I don't know if this guy's ever faced Brian Shaw before, but that breaking ball, not one you want to swing at the first pitch because it'll get sharper and he'll keep it outside.
This guy's batting .364 over his last 13 games.
He's a big, strong right-handed hitter.
Rolls it to third base. Jose Ramirez with the long throw on the money. Close play. And he just did get him for out number 1.
Yeah, hustled down the line. But Ramirez got rid of it in plenty of time. He had to back up on that ball. There's the long throw across the diamond. Gets him by a half a step.
You know, it's interesting. Brian Price went to the top step of the dugout like you normally do. But if you don't have anybody back there with the video equipment, you're either going to go out there and ask him to look at it or not, I guess. But maybe they've got somebody looking at a replay monitor that could at least give him a, yeah, it's worth going to ask about it.
Well, I think he had him.
Oh, yeah. Maybe joined us late. We were told at the start of the game that the replay systems for both teams were down tonight, so they would be granted unlimited crew chief challenges on calls that they thought were close enough. We only had one challenge tonight, and that was the Indians, and it was a close play at second base. Francisco Lindor trying to stretch a single into a double. He was called out. They went to video replay. They never tagged him, but the replay official said he couldn't determine whether or not Lindor came off the bag or not, so the call stood. And the original call was out at second base. kind of a convoluted play. Fouled right back.
Cozart's had a good night. 3 for 4. He's taking a couple of good swings here off Brian Shaw too. He's fouled them straight back.
Shakes him off 3 times and Cozart steps out. And that's out of play over top of the dugout. The Indians led this game 4-1 before Cincinnati put up 5 in the 6th to take a 6-4 lead. He added a run in the 8th, and then the Indians tied it with 2 in the 9th.
Yes.
He did go, and that's out number 2. First base umpire Ryan Blackney raising the right hand, and with 2 away, Billy Hamilton coming up.
Well, you watch, he wanted to get after it, and he certainly did go. So that you could tell.
Missed outside. Billy Hamilton showing bunt. Now in this case, with nobody on base, especially not having that runner at second, Jose Ramirez can play in, cheat in as much as he wants at third. And as fast as Hamilton is, you might want to cheat in even more than he is. Swinging there, 1-1. Two balls and a strike.
Yeah, this is where you want to end the inning with this guy. You don't want him on base. Joey Votto on deck, but this guy creates something whether there's no outs or 2 outs.
Well, he was trying to surprise him.
Yeah, that's all part of his game. His job is to get on base and make things happen and score runs. He did that once tonight in the 6th inning, and that was their 5-run inning, and he was the culprit that really set it up.
Now Shaw with the 2-2, and that's foul. Seven runs, 9 hits, no errors, 5 left for Cleveland. 7 runs, 9 hits, 1 error, 4 stranded for Cincinnati. Shaw with the 2-2. Strike 3 called, and we've got extra innings in Cincinnati, tied at 7.
Extra innings are presented by Jack Links. That's beef jerky all season long. Jack Links, feed your wild side. Looking at extra innings. This will be the third extra inning game for Cincinnati. They are 1-1. The Indians have played 3. They're 0-3. So they're trying to win their first extra inning game tonight.
Longest game for the Reds has been 11 innings this year. Indians, of course, had that 16-inning deal down in Houston
just about a week ago.
Mike Napoli 0 for 4 tonight. Reached on an error and scored back in the 6th. Big swing, came up empty, 1-2. Checked his swing, and that's popped foul down the right side, out of play.
You know, he took a big swing the swing before. This time he was starting and then tried to hold up and checked his swing, and it ends up getting the bat for a foul ball.
Blow it away. That's low and a full count. They went too far, says the home plate umpire. That's a weird pitch to. I don't know. It's almost as if Mike made up his mind early he was going to get after it.
Well, it was the fastball that he did it both times, and when you look at it and you look at that replay, he did go around. But that's trying to get out of the way, and the home plate umpire made the call.
There's Jose Ramirez. 2 hits on the night, 2 singles and a run scored. Ramirez has a terrific arm. You can see that with the mid-90s fastball. And he popped him up. Left field, Duvall makes the grab 2 away. Pat O'Brien, plays of the game. Rajai Davis, solo home run in the 3rd inning. Then came back in the 9th with a 2-run shot to tie the game at 7.
None bigger than that one, boy. When you can hit a 2-run homer, you're the leadoff hitter, and it ties the ball game, and it's their 2nd one of the night. Great night for Rajai. Again, he's been swinging it.
7 for 11 against the Reds.
Well, you know, and he's been leadoff. Yesterday was 9th. Today leadoff.
Under the glove of Suarez, and Yan Gomes has at least a 1 bag. Takes a turn, he'll hold there.
Let's see what they give him here.
2-out base runner now.
Here you go, another good look at it. Yeah, that's a play. It was hit hard. He laid that ball, playing it off to the side. I know it was hit hard, but he was able to get to it. They must have given him a hit.
You know, it's surprising for a guy that we saw play shortstop make that play the way he did there.
So that's his 2nd error of the night. Yeah, he played it off to the side. It's sort of like what we call an Olay ball. So his 2nd error.
Marlon Byrd to the plate, has driven in a pair of runs. Oh, ball gets away. And now Gomes in the scoring position.
Now, how nice is that? You get an error, you get a wild pitch, you get a base hit here, and you can take the lead with 2 outs. You should be out of the inning.
He's set up inside. That ball way.
I mean, it didn't hit really the dirt or the ground, but he was 3 feet. He had to reach over to try and stab that ball.
Well, now they're going to walk Bird.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, because it's a pitcher spot
yes,
next.
it is. It
and
sure
Michael
is.
Martinez, the last man standing, so to speak. Chris Jimenez still available, but he's your backup catcher on the bench.
Yeah, so that's pretty much automatic.
They're going to call that a pass ball instead of a wild pitch. It's their discretion.
It's a tough call for the catcher I'm talking about to try and get all the way back out there to make it. But in any regard, I mean, the Indians have a chance now with 2 outs, nobody on. They get the error. Now a pass ball and a tension and walk. It'll give Martinez an opportunity. And out comes the pitching coach. I'm sure with a scouting report with Ramirez to talk to him about Martinez.
Or just that, hey, I've been out here in 15 minutes. I thought I should take time to take a walk.
I wanted to get my blood flowing.
J.C. Ramirez, a big kid at 6'4", 250 out of Nicaragua. Born in Managua. After the 1 year he spent with the Indians organization, signed with Arizona. Pitched in a dozen games with the Diamondbacks last year, 8 games with the Mariners. And the Reds invited him to spring training this year. Two on and 2 out in the 10th. And Ramirez with a good fastball in there for strike. And he pulls it foul. The count 1-2. Check didn't go. Oh, they said he did. Are you kidding me? Mike Everett punches him out. Surprised everybody in the joint. Inning over. Tribe strands a pair. Bottom of the 10th coming up. Tied at 7. Or excuse me, bottom of the 10th inning. Cody Allen is the new Indians pitcher. And that leaves only Tommy Hunter and Dan Otero remaining in the Cleveland bullpen. And defensively now, Michael Martinez goes to left field. For Cincinnati, Joey Votto, Brandon Phillips, Jay Bruce due up.
Seventh pitcher for the Indians tonight is Cody Allen.
Hit hard. Right field, Chisenhall grabs it on a line drive shot from Votto.
Well, it looked like it had a little top spin to it, didn't it?
Brandon Phillips takes a fastball low and away. Phillips 0 for 4 tonight. He has grounded out twice, struck out, and lined out. And that line out looms large now looking back. When Jason Kipnis reached up and snared it. Otherwise, Zach Kozar would have scored on the play. Could have put the game out of reach in that 7th inning. $22,815 here tonight. And a few of them have stuck around here for the bonus baseball. And that's back into the upper deck. Two balls and 2 strikes. Deep right field, slicing into the corner and foul. That almost had enough distance. Not quite, but it was perilously close to ending the game.
Well, it's only, what, 325 down that line, and if it's a fair ball, it would have came off the wall, but that's a ricochet there. But long way to go for Chisenhall, but for the Indians, good thing it was foul.
And a chopper to third. Ramirez whips it over to first. 2 down. Kind of an awkward play for Jose. Had to go a long way to his left. Then he had to turn his body and get in position to make that long throw.
He's not an easy play. He's not really a third baseman by trade. I mean, he has range. He's a shortstop, but once you get to it, you still have some awkward angles, awkward throws. He's got to come down from the side to throw that ball because he's on the move.
By the time he threw it, he was at shortstop.
Yeah. Well, here's the guy of the night for Cincinnati.
Jay Bruce, 2 home runs.
Scored 3 runs. 3 for 3. He's been on base every time.
And a strike call. That was foul, fair, and then it stays fair. And Cody Allen takes him out to end the inning. That ball was hopping back and forth over the line as it rolled down toward first. And the inning is over. It's fouled and it's fair, and he's got it on the chalk. Baseball presented all season long by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Seven as we go to the 11th now. And the new Cincinnati pitcher will be Caleb Cotham. He pitched in Cleveland, and that did not go well. Pitched an inning and 2/3 and gave up 2 runs on 2 hits with a walk and a strikeout. He'll face Lonnie Chisenhall, Rajai Davis, and Jason Kipnis. Indians led early in this game 2-0. A solo homer by Rajai Davis in the 3rd made it 2-zip after a sac fly by Marlon Byrd drove home Ramirez in the 2nd inning. And the Indians added a couple in the 6th. They led it 4-1. Ground ball to second base. 1 away. They were down 7-5 in the 9th. And Rajai Davis tied it with a 2-run homer.
The Indians fans out in the bleachers, they were loving it. You could see the Red fans, their face shaking their head, trying to pull their hair out. They couldn't believe it. Not again.
They've seen it so many times.
Time and time again. You're right, with the home run ball, which is they've given up well over 60 as a team.
Well, when you've had 9 blown saves already, and it's not even the end of May.
Yeah, they've given up 68 homers this year. This being their 40th game.
That's most in baseball.
Yes, it is.
By a bunch. Good fastball in there for a strike. Gets ahead 1-2. Well, he took care of Davis right quick. I mean, Cotham had a game recently against Milwaukee in which he didn't get a batter out, giving up 5 runs on 5 hits in a 6-6 ball game. Jason Kipnis doubled and scored in the 6th. Out of play, left side. And a count of ball and 2 strikes. With 2 down here in the 11th. Pop. Not a play. Do you ever remember being at the plate and hearing a catcher pop his glove on one side of the plate or the other?
What do you mean, like punch it like he's decoying?
Yeah.
Sure. You know, make you think that you're sitting inside and he'll jump back outside. Yeah. And in day games, you know, when it's sunny and you can see shadows down there, they move in and out. Absolutely. Some catchers will wait a little longer and then, you know, adjust to go outside or adjust to come inside when that guy's starting to throw.
Got in on him, popped him up right field. Bruce coming in. And the Indians go 1-2-3. We head to the bottom of the 11th, tied at 7. to work. But until this game ends, they've got to stay on standby.
Well, they're used to that. Normally they'd be sitting at home. We're on the road in the studio now. They're in the press box. No naps there. The lights are too bright.
Cody Allen with a breaking ball, strike one to Eugenio Suarez. Cody staying on for a second inning of work. He worked a scoreless inning yesterday. 1-2-3-10 here tonight. With a win, the Indians could get to a new high water mark for the year, 3 games over that 500 mark. Fastball at the bottom of the zone, 1-2. Big bouncer to short. And Lindor throws him out, 1 away. Now it's the pitcher spot coming up, so the last man on the bench will be the catcher, backup catcher Ramon Cabrera, as Ivan De Jesus Jr. bats here. So each team has their backup catcher left on the bench, and that's it for position players.
Look at the Indians have 2 pitchers left out of their bullpen.
Otero and Hunter left for Cleveland. Blakewood, Kivas Sampson, and Steve Delabar left for Cincinnati. One ball and 1 strike. He chased one. And a count of ball. And 2 strikes now on De Jesus. Foul right back to the on deck circle. Cody went to the heater but missed the target there. It looked like Gomes wanted to go up the ladder with that. It was wide of the mark. And it's now 2-2. You see, after showing him the fastball, they want to bust him in with it. Ate him up. 2 down.
Yeah, no guessing game here. Let's go. We're going number 1. It's located well. He throws it by him. Comes up empty. Cody's first strikeout. So he's seen 5 up, 5 down.
Tucker Barnhart 0 for 4 on the night. Barnhart 1 out of 7 against Indians pitching this year with a double. And Cody with a breaking ball in there for a strike to even it up.
What is it about Wednesdays and extra innings with the Indians? It was a week ago when we were in Houston and went to 16 on Wednesday.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Slapped it. Oh my. The top of the dugout for the Indians into the crowd. Indians fan got it. I don't know if it got him first, but he's got the baseball. Swung out and missed, struck him out. Cody Allen with 2 perfect innings out of the Indians bullpen. And this will now be the longest game of the year for the Reds when we come back. As we move on to the 12th inning and a 7-7 ball game. Francisco Lindor, Mike Napoli, and Jose Ramirez due for Cleveland. Kivas Sampson making his 3rd appearance of the year. 6'2", 225-pound Florida native. Was originally drafted by the San Diego Padres in the 4th round of the 2009 draft. He was a waiver claim by the Reds a year ago in January. And then last season, he made a dozen starts for Cincinnati, but it did not go well. He was 2-6 with a 6.54 ERA. Last year, the Cincinnati Reds had a streak of 64 consecutive starts in terms of pitchers made by rookies.
Yeah, how about that?
That's a modern major league record.
They had about 100 for the year, didn't they?
110.
Yeah, that was up over 100 mark. That's unbelievable for rookie pitchers.
But you can see with a guy like Sampson, where maybe he didn't have success as a starter with his arm, I feel like maybe he can transition to the bullpen. And we shall see.
Well, yeah, and anytime you talk about that, when you're a starter, you're going into that bullpen. The key for guys coming out of that pen is throwing strikes.
Lindor drives it deep center field. Goodbye. Francisco Lindor puts the Indians in front 8-7 with his 3rd home run of the year. And that was a jolt to straightaway center field. Lindor's 3rd hit of the game. And he has been getting hits in bunches here lately.
Yeah, he really has. And boy, this was he put a really good swing. 3-2. He knew that he wanted to throw him a fastball, and he didn't want to walk him, being the leadoff hitter. And Frankie put a good swing on it. Line drive. Gets it on out of here. He hit first base, put that arm up in the air and said, yes, please get out of here. And it did. It was like a line shot.
Inside fastball. 2-0. And it's now 2-1 for Mike Napoli. Back out of play. Evens up the count. So now, Rick, the question is, you don't send Cody Allen back out there for a 3rd inning, do you?
No.
So it's probably Tommy Hunter.
I think Otero was up throwing.
Otero, okay.
Yeah, remember he was up last inning throwing, so I think Danny's going to be in the ball game. You can't send Cody out again.
Napoli out looking. He didn't like the call, and he's going to tell Tim Timmons about it.
Boy, there's a good low fastball that Frankie gets on, and I mean, it's a line shot. Gets out into that turf out in center, right center field, deep around the 400-foot sign. And watch the arm go up. Yes, it got out of here. You know, and that wasn't a case. He was just trying to get on base. But a lot of times you get into extra innings and you'll have look at that against the Reds. 9 for 17. You'll have guys trying to hit home runs to end the game. That was just a nice quick swing, and it just happened to come from a byproduct of just a quality swing on the ball.
Well, we've seen that so many times. You get in those extra inning games and everybody's swinging.
Right. Everybody wants to hit homers to end it. But, you know, even if you hit a homer here, you still have to get 3 outs against Cincinnati. You can't get away from your game.
There's the home run ball. And Ramirez fouling it back. 1 out here in the 12th, and the Indians now in front 8-7. Loop toward left. In comes Duvall. And there are 2 away. In the bottom of the 12th for Cincinnati, it will be Adam Duvall, Zach Cozart, and Billy Hamilton. Down in the dirt. Gomes started the game back in the 2nd inning. His first at bat with a big double to straightaway center. Cincinnati struck out twice, flied out, and reached on an error. Dan Otero warming up as Jason Beret looks on. Outside, he missed with a breaking ball. 2-1.
Breaking ball off the dish. Good hitters count here. See if he's selective enough. Look for something down in his zone.
Threw it by him. Full count. Pretty good fastball. I mean, he just reared back and challenged him right there. You know, we were talking before, Rick, about catchers and how they set up, maybe try to deke you by pounding their glove, making noise, moving around. I also like, if you watch Barnhart when he goes down, how they'll look at the hitter and wait till the last minute just to make sure he's not peeking back here at him.
Oh, every catcher will look and make sure that that guy is staring at the pitcher before he puts his signs down.
Got him with a breaking ball, ending the inning. But Francisco Lindor puts the Indians in front 8-7 as we go now to the bottom of the 12th. Bottom of the 12th. And Dan Otero will try to save it for Cleveland. They'll have to go through Adam Duvall, Zach Cozart, and Billy Hamilton.
Indians looking for their first extra inning win of the year this year, being their fourth game. They lost their first three. Chance to win one tonight.
Dan Otero has one major league save, and that came 2 years ago with Oakland. Duvall grounded out his only time up, pops this one sky high. Jason Kipnis there to squeeze it. One down, top of the order, Zach Cozart. Bouncer, foul, third base side. Popped up. Shallow right. Kipnis. Whoa, what a catch he made.
Nice play. Wow.
Jason Kipnis just ran it down. It was like a guy going for a corner route in the end zone, and he was going to make sure he hauled it in.
I did not think he could get there, and I was blocked out by Napoli, but boy, he saved it with that little glove. He reaches out all the way and goes down to the turf. Beautiful play, Kip. Well done. That's not an easy play, and he had to reach out and catches up to it. That's a big play right there.
Well, if he doesn't get it with Cozart's speed, he might have ended up on second base.
Very possible. If it may deflect away from him, may go off his glove.
And Billy Hamilton goes too far. Strike one. Dan Otero, who grew up in Miami, where his family founded their home after leaving Havana in 1961. His grandparents fled Cuba. He's had a nice career already as a reliever. Trying to find his role and fit into this bullpen. Got a chance to nail down a huge save right here. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. He's not a guy that gets a lot of recognition, but I mean, 2 years ago in Oakland, pitched in 72 games and had a 2.28 ERA.
He's a sinker ball guy that keeps the ball on the ground, and he pitches to contact. And, you know, when you get a lot of work, that ball seems to stay down in the zone. You know, sometimes if you have a busy year, or as many appearances as that, the next year maybe you got a dead arm or a tired arm. You never know.
Yeah.
You know, because you're going to get back and get used again the next year, and something may not be the same.
Well, the more work you get, you just stay in that role. You're in that good groove.
Yeah,
too.
when you're a sinker guy, yes.
2-2, foul back. Same two teams tomorrow night. Our coverage begins with Indians live at 6:30. First pitch 7 o'clock. Indians Reds. Josh Tomlin will go for the Tribe. Dan Otero trying to finish off Billy Hamilton here in the 12th. And a base hit in the left field keeps Cincinnati's hopes alive. Hamilton just slapped it the other way. Didn't hit it hard at all, but he hit it in the right spot.
Yeah, he stayed on it, and hit it where it was pitched. Look at that ball is probably off the plate by about a ball width, but he stays on it and just slaps it that way. That's a pretty good job of hitting by Hamilton. But what it does, it brings Votto to the plate, and still Cincinnati with life down to their last out.
Joey Votto smoked a double to straightaway center back in the 6th inning, part of a 5-run 6th for Cincinnati. And now takes the ball down low. Outfield straight up, fairly deep, and that's outside 2-0. Indians going ahead on a home run by Francisco Lindor here in the 12th. Looking for their first extra inning win on the year. And
Well, you're trying to be careful here to Votto, because with one swing he could end the game. But you know, if you happen to walk him, it's 3-0. You can't give him a cookie here. You push the tying run into scoring position, but that's the way it looks like it's going right now. He's going to be very careful here.
And a called strike makes the count 3-1. And Votto fouling it out of play, runs the count full now at 3-2. Yan Gomes letting everybody know those runners will be off.
Yeah, the fastest guy will be off, so you have to play a little deeper. Yeah. Cut anything off that could head to the alley and get it in as quickly as possible, because that guy can flat out fly right there, and he'll be off and running.
There he goes. The payoff pitch is ball 4. And now, with 2 outs, Brandon Phillips coming up. Billy Hamilton just slapped one the other way. And now the walk to Votto puts the speediest guy on the game in scoring position. And Brandon Phillips will be the batter.
You're not going to throw him out, let's put it that way, on a base hit. Not Hamilton. He's got to come get this guy. If you're an infielder, you try and knock it down, keep it on the infield, and you just hope Otero gets a nice ground ball for one of your infielders to get the final out.
Brandon Phillips is 0 for 5 on the night. And a fastball strike. Phillips, a guy who throughout his career has had a flair for the dramatic, to say the least. He's been an all-star and a tremendous player for Cincinnati. Swung on and missed. Took advantage of him trying to be aggressive right there.
Well, he tried to, I think, turn on this breaking ball here and find a gap. But he pulled off of it a little bit, and I'd have to stay with that pitch. But don't hang it. Keep it down and away.
Now Otero steps away, telling Gomes he had a tough time seeing the signal. And here we go again. With 2 on and 2 out, the 0-2 pitch is hit in the air. Right field. Lonnie Chisenhall is there. And the Indians have won 3 straight against their in-state rivals. 8-7 is the final tonight in 12 innings as the Tribe wins their first extra inning game of the year. Thanks to a big night from Rajai Davis, who hit 2 home runs and drove in 3. And Francisco Lindor, who homered in the 12th to ultimately push the Tribe to